Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome to all of you. Second day of the FEI Driving European Championship for foreign and horses. We will start at 10 o'clock with the first driver. Hele goede morgen, dag nummer 2 van dit Europese kampioenschap. We staan ook het wereldkampioenschap met een para. Dat is afgelopen voor wat betreft de dressuur. Daar zijn de eindstanden bekend, maar bij de 4 spannen die strijden om de Europese titel is uiteraard nog niets bekend. So far in the lead is Michael Brauchler from Germany with score 50.91, goes to Rond at the second position 52.91, third for France, Benjamin Ayor 56.84, at the fourth position for Belgium, Tom Stoppmans 57.77. Place number 5 for the Netherlands at Wim van der Gaal 59.03 penalty points. Internationale juryleden hebben de plaatsen weer opgezocht. De heer Klaus Christ uit Duitsland, voorzitter van de jury, plaatsgenomen bij C. Mevrouw Christ is voorbij als assistente en de computer wordt bediend daardoor Henk Veuring. Bij R.R. Polen, Stefan Kazicki. Bijgestaan door Artje Hamming en Gerrit Hamming. Annemarie Turbé uit Frankrijk beoordeelt de aanspanningen vanaf de letter S. Assistent is Brenda Kaptein. Janine Stelling is erbij voor de bediening van de computer. Uit Spanje bij V. Joachim Medina. Bijgestaan door Rennie Hans en Geraldine Stuivenberg. En Herman van Bos, Nederlands jurylid bij P. Geassisteerd door Helen Smits en Annelie Kwant. Dat ze weer veel succes toe vandaag. Hindernissen 1 en 2 bevinden zich ook hier op het hoofdterrein. Dat betreft de marathon die morgen wordt gereden. Ook op heel veel publieke belangstelling. Dat zou mooi zijn. Nou, die 2 hindernissen zijn inmiddels verlaten door de deelnemers. Alle aandacht gericht op de dressuurbaan. Rainer nu aanstonds als eerste aanstaan. Karen and Hughes Scott Barrett are delighted to support the FEI Driving European Championship for foreign and horses and the FEI Para Driving World Championship for Singles Exloo 2023. This championship is supported by Provincie Drenthe, Recreatiestad Drenthe, VOF Scholtens, Arte Logistics, STM en Saba, Gelitbouwers, Rolvaart Verhuurbedrijf, Wolken Loon en Grondverzetbedrijf, de Veenhoven. Prijzen in kaart are offered by Agradi, Bakkerij Bart, C. van der Heuvel, de Rijntuigen, de Lemerijn, Peter Saleski, Primaval, Ruitersport Veendam, Snijderswachten en Voermeesters. Minuten tikken weg, nog zo'n 5 minuten te gaan, 5 minutes en dan wie will start. Iedereen is er klaar voor, iedereen heeft er zin in. Prachtige locatie op Hippie-centrum Exloo, allemaal super bij. Het team achter deze organisatie veel klaar om het top-evenement van te maken. Gisteren een mooie dag gehad, maar we ook nog 3 hele mooie dagen hier op dit EK en WK Mennen. Brush giving ceremony will be this evening without the horses at 20:30. half-9 in de tent, de Parijsvertrekking zonder de paarden. Het zou een beetje te veel druk te geven in de tent, denk ik, om die paarden in te nemen. Half-9 is te trekken. And the driver from Spain was the third position in the starting order. Enrique Solana Puga is not starting today. Deel met Spanje met 3 op de lijst voor de dressuurraad zal er niet aan de start verzekeren. Oplopen voor Jos Bosman, we hebben een koppas, maar ik ben de fluitslager Jos Bosman uit Kip.
A very good morning to you all, wherever you are watching in the world today. We're broadcasting to you live from Exloo, the Hippische Centrum. We are in northeast Holland, in Drenthe, which is the province not far from the German border. And we are now on day 2 of the Paradriving World Championship and the European 4-in-hand Championship. So all our paradrivers, both grade 1 and 2, went through yesterday, and today we are cracking on with the 4-in-hands. 12 of them drove yesterday. This is the running order coming for you now. We've got one driver from Poland, then one of the squads from Hungary. We've got quite a squad here. Jerome Vutaz will be known to many of you who follow the World Cup circuit. And then when an athlete has a star next to their name, that denotes they are a member of the national team. Leading overnight was Germany's Michael Brockler. So he put down a good dressage score of 50.91. So he was the overnight leader. We had 12 of them go through yesterday, 2 sessions of 6 each. And we are just getting going. We've got a very full day of dressage here for you. 5 judges positioned all around the arena and driving for Germany as an individual. We crack on with Rainer Duen driving Axienhoff's Casalco, Florissant de la Cour, Frisco 51 and Salvador. Just to remind you from yesterday's competition, in first place currently with the para-equestrian sections, grade 1, that's Tracy Bowman, who is the reigning world champion. So she put down a cracking test yesterday with a score of 46.80. Only 3 of the para-equestrians got below that 50 mark. In second place, Patricia Grossrichter from Germany, both team members for their national teams. And Patricia, who, like Tracy, has been a previous medalist, 49.36, and making her debut at a world championship, driving from Ohio, again on the American squad. That's Chrissy Aitken, and she put down a very good early score, 52.56. Incidentally, driving a borrowed horse, one that she only met on about the 1st of August. So a tremendous display from her, just nudging out of the top 3 position the great Jacques Poppen, who's driving for the home nation. So those are the top ranking drivers in the grade 1 para-equestrian class. In the grade 2 section, another multi-medalist, Alexandra Roda, she's lying in first place. She was another sub-50 score, 48.96. And just ahead of her countrywoman, we should say, Yvonne Hellenbrand, another experienced athlete, also from Germany, but competing this time as an individual. She was next on 56.40, so quite a gap between them. And then one of the event's ambassadors and driving for the Netherlands, for the national team, Ingmar Veneman. So those are the top 3 in grade 2, and top-placed British athlete at the moment, Mick Ward. He was on 62.80 for the grade 2s. And for those of you listening from the United Kingdom, Deborah Daniels, another experienced international athlete. She is lying in 5th position, on very close behind Jack. He's on 55.44. This is in grade 1, and she's on 55.60. So some good scores. All our para athletes making the most of the day off from the dressage. They're out finalising their routes through the obstacles. There's a hive of activity just outside the commentary station here. But in the meantime, on a slightly overcast day here in Holland, we had lovely sunshine for the opening trot-up day, which was beautiful. The horses' coats were absolutely glistening, and some of the German horses even had glitter on their quarter marks, so they look really sparkly and wonderful. All of them gleaming in fitness and good health, as you would expect at this level. And Rainer just coming down the centre line again, well on his way as our first athlete today, checking the side markers. And already on movement number 10 in this senior 4-in-hand test, the 3-star test. And for the teams or 4-in-hands, the arena is 100 metres long, 40 metres wide. And those were the dimensions that were invented when the sport was first created in the late 1960s, early 1970s, under the stewardship and inspiration of His Royal Highness, late Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, who really was the godfather of the sport that started out as combined driving, horse driving trials. And now we have this incredible array of driven sport under the FEI umbrella. They're just coming back into the side of the arena at M for a working trot, looping round. So that circle has 15 metres diameter. So if you ride, you'll know even on a ridden horse or pony, that's quite a small circle. So to perform that without your horses falling in, everybody staying balanced and in collection with a 4-in-hand, that's quite a movement. So we started the proceedings with the horse inspection on Wednesday, and 39 of the confirmed 40 athletes, we thought we were going to have 14, but Joseph Dobrowicz Jr. will not be competing for Hungary in the four-in-hand event. He is rather focusing on his bid for the World Pairs Championship, which comes in a month's time in Arras-du-Pin in France. So of the 7 drivers we thought we were getting from Hungary, we've now got 6. Each national team will comprise either 2 or 3 members, but where you have a larger squad, you're able to put in the full tally of 3 for the team and then have the luxury of a few individuals as well, like the nations of the Netherlands, Germany and Hungary are able to do. But there are 8 nations in total in the team event. And then when you have more competitors, you can take an extra few as individuals. Geographically, having these big championships in Holland is good. It's very good for access. There is a real concentration of carriage drivers in this part of continental Europe, although sadly we've just received the news that competitor number 9, Enrique Solana Puga, he was Spain's sole representative, came up through the nations from Valencia, but he has had to withdraw today. He was due to be 3rd on this morning. He has got an eye problem, so we wish him very well for a speedy recovery. That doesn't sound very pleasant. So we are 1 competitor down this morning. So now 39 will be competing overall. 39 separate individual turnouts, 8 national teams. There is a qualification criteria, and this period actually started, although the event is in 2023, it started on the 1st of January in 2022 and ends on the nominated entries date for the relevant championship. So what happens in terms of the administration side, the national federations will each put in their nominated entries, and at that point a lot of the drivers will put in many horses as well. They each bring 5 horses to the event. You have 4 then a spare or another one that you'll use for one of the different disciplines. You may have a separate horse that's better on the marathon than for dressage. That's generally what happens, but good to have backup in case anything isn't quite right with one of them health-wise. Rarely happens, but it can do. So each athlete will be equipped with 5 horses here. They were all inspected by one of the judges and a vet on Wednesday. We had several that were just presented for re-inspection, of which 3 passed and 2 did not, but that's all to do with making sure the horses are fit to compete. All the athletes here for the European Championship must be of 3-star status for the FEI, and naturally great support from a strong German contingent here in Exloo. And it will be interesting just to see how the judges are marking today. They weren't giving any marks away yesterday. We didn't break the 50 mark for the four-in-hands, despite having some big names coming through. But we may well do today. Do watch in particular both IJsbrand and Bram Chardon, who are very much up there as favourites. And we have a 57.450. So, sorry, that puts him into 4th place at the moment. The judge at P had him in 2nd, so it's interesting just to have this quick analysis of the range of marks. Lowest mark was at S, 147.0. That's Anne-Marie Turbe, who's from France, and the most generous judge, Stefan, who... There we go, just gone off the screens. Mixtures, I have a screen in front of me that will show we had a range, mainly 6s, 6.57s, a few 8s, and 1 9. There we go, 1 9 for the final movement from the judge at P. So interesting to see the range of marks tended to average 6, 6.5, few 5s, 5.5s. That's where he was seen, and Herman van den Bosch had him in 2nd place overall, Stefan Anne-Marie in 7th, bearing in mind he's the 13th of our 38 drivers to go. We had 12 through yesterday. Klaus Kreist, who is sitting at C, he's president of the jury, had him in 4th place on 158. And Joaquin Medina, who's our Spanish judge, at V, 148, which was, for his running total, about 6. So that's all quite interesting. So competitor number 16 at the moment slots into 4th place, 57.50. Not far behind current 3rd position, that's France's Benjamin Ayoud. We're hoping very much that he will join us later here in the commentary box. So Rainer doing as an individual for a very strong German squad who are being trained by current world four-in-hand champion and the FEI World Cup champion Boyd Excel. He is here working hard, training and warming up and coaching all 7 of the German drivers. The team is Michael Brockler, who put down a great score in terms of their on bid for a gold medal with his 50.91, but expect that to be bettered today by the ladies, Marijke Harm and Anna Sandman, and possibly the first time, we think, for a very long time, that we've had 2 ladies on a national squad, which is great news, and particularly for Marijke, who had a baby in February, but she said earlier on at the event she was back driving and doing what she loves and does so well, only 8 weeks after the little girl was born, so pretty impressive. Next in for Poland, and he's the only Polish competitor, despite a wonderful tradition of driving four-in-hands, and gosh, that's a flourish of a salute if ever there was one. Bit of showmanship here from Wisław Sadowski, driving a team of mainly Dutch and Belgian Arabo-Frisians. We saw Tom Stockmans with them yesterday. Daniel Neprus, our only British driver, will be driving another team later. And wonderful breed that has become very popular, probably over the last 10 years or so, for driven sports, combining the temperament and this wonderful presence of the Frisian horse and injecting a little bit of Arab fire into the bloodline. So the Arabo-Frisians have become really popular in driving. So delighted to have a representative from Poland, because actually it was one of the Polish delegates on at the top table of the FEI that helped kick-start this wonderful sport. Prince Philip was chatting to him at one of the FEI's meetings, I think it was in 1968, and they decided between them it really was time that a set of formal rules was drawn up so that there was some standardization for the sport. Prince Philip was particularly impressed when, in his role as president, he'd visited the famous, and it remains one of our best events, at Aachen in Germany, and he'd seen about the 22 or 24 four-in-hands all lined up, having just done their marathon, was absolutely captivated by it. And he himself had access to his wife's, the late Queen, Her Majesty's Cleveland Bays, the ceremonial horses in the Royal Mews. He also had access to harness and carriages. Admittedly, it was all leather harness with brass fittings, some of it ceremonial as well, and the Balmoral dog cart is how he started. And he taught himself to drive with one of with horse masters at the Royal Mews, Tommy Thompson, and also worked very closely with the Crown Equerry of the time, who was Lieutenant Colonel Sir John Miller, who was also one of the early members of the British team. And together they helped formulate the rules, and also a towering figure in terms of driving, and some of the blood of his Hurstwood hackneys will be flowing through the horses competing here today. That's just the one-handed movement there, which is a challenging one, all that loop, and then popping those reins back in. There we go. It is a relief to have both hands in action again. So Frank and Cynthia Hayden, who had the Hurstwood stud in the Cotswolds, beautiful part of England, Gloucestershire. And actually their secretary, Annie Weber, who was German, she was able to help coordinate all the early rules and help with translations, which was actually quite an important part of it. The early FEI rules across the disciplines were initially produced in English and in French. Now it tends to be just in English, but the first set of rules for driving, based loosely on the eventing format and driving as a sport, is, well, just over 50 years old. The first European Championships held in Budapest in 1971, which obviously was won by the Hungarians, who had such a great depth of talent and teams. As individuals and teams, they were pretty much unbeaten, apart from the second championship where Auguste Dubé from Switzerland did so well. But we are delighted to have our second competitor here, Poland, Poznan, sort of heart of horse country in Poland, and they've had many championships based there over the years. Places like Wrocław, a very rich tradition, and the Silesian horses are magnificent carriage horses, have a lovely big deep shoulder as draft horses, one of our heritage mid-European breeds, some of which we are really lucky to have here at the European Championships. We've got Lipizzaners, Kladrubas, Nonius, as well as all the breeds of sport horses. Exloo just chatting to his horses there. His commands, the aids, the voice, the hand, the whip. That's what we use in driving. And a fairly active foot on the brakes on this carriage, front and rear disc brakes. Just look inside the wheels there. Can be used as part of how you drive your test, a little bit of a half halt on a corner just to bring the horses up. Doesn't do any harm at all. There we are, back to his one-handed movement. Now, if ever a driver is enjoying the experience, I think we can say our representative from Poland is. There's some wonderfully positive, encouraging noises coming from the arena here. This is great. He's really enjoying his morning. Isn't that wonderful to see? It's quite infectious, actually, the good cheer that's emanating from the arena at the moment. The wonderful thing about these Frisian type horses is they are generally all black, or the purebred Frisians shouldn't have any white markings on them, so lovely and easy to match from that point of view. It really doesn't matter, nor would you be marked any differently if you have what we call a mixed team, greys, bays, blacks, coloured horses in there. It doesn't matter at all. But in terms of creating a harmonious overall impression, to have them all the same colour and type, similar breeding, it just helps when you're trying to get a united whole, because it states very clearly in the dressage rules for the discipline that these multiple turnouts are judged as one, as a whole. That said, if you have one of the problem horses who's breaking pace or isn't extending or collecting, you will be marked down, but generally for pairs and four in hands, they would be judged as a whole and not individual horses. That is what we're aiming for. And for paces, they should be clearly defined. The movements will apply to all types and breeds. So although the judges are very careful, I saw Joaquin Medina just before we came in here, and I said, how was your day yesterday? He said, I made sure I judged what was in front of me. So each test is a fresh test, but they will set their lines in the sand as to what they believe is going to be a 5 or a 6 or even an 8 or a 9. All 5 judges positioned at CRSVP. For these more advanced tests, you can have 3 judges, and they will be at C, V and P. And if on occasion for one-star events, you might just have two of them, they can be seated at C and B or C and V, down to the president of the jury, who will always sit at C as to where those judges are positioned. So an athlete who has really enjoyed his dressage test this morning. Exloo Sadowski from Poland. If we could give marks for the best salute, he's our outright winner here in Exloo, but maybe he feels that for general impression and presentation, he might elicit a few extra marks from our 5 judges. That's slot number 24 on our 3-star 4-in-hand test, where it's general impression presentation, which is appearance of athletes and grooms, correctness, cleanliness, harmonising of the harness and carriage, fitness, matching and condition of the horses, balanced picture of the complete turnout, harmony between the horses and the athletes.
Already at C, 149 points, at R, 148.
Yeah, so fairly united, 63.03, which currently puts him in 10th position. Ranging from our judge at P, Herman, 139, had him in 11th, to a top mark at C from Klaus of 149. But yeah, only a range of 10 marks there. That tended to be roughly what we were seeing yesterday. Looking across the board, the tests seemed to improve as far as the judges were concerned. For the first movement, all 6s, 6.5, 5.5 going through. There was a 7 from Anne-Marie for the third movement, but tended to be sort of 6s, 5.5. Bit of a gap in what the judges saw for movement 15. What was that? The extended trot with reins in one hand. We had 4 from Herman, but obviously much preferred the next movement when he awarded a 7, and then towards the end, much better. And even now, that's interesting, maybe that flourish of a salute really did help, because the final marks for number 24, that general impression and presentation, we've got 9, 9, 8.5, 9 and 7.5. So sit up and note, drivers, a flourish of salute. Obviously that goes down to cleanliness, everything matching, fit of the harness, all sorts of things, but maybe that wonderful salute didn't do any harm at all. So number 38, our only driver from Poland, Exloo Sadowski, with his Arabo-Frisians and a score of 63.03. We will have a short break in our broadcast. We'll just be keeping the arena live, because sadly this is when we should have had Enrique from Spain, from Valencia, but he is not due on. So our next competitor will be one of the Hungarians driving as an individual, Ferenc Galbas Jr., and he is on at 10:36. So we're just going to take a short break for 10 minutes or so before Ferenc comes back.
We zijn benieuwd wie er de titel gaat winnen hier dit jaar op dit Europese kampioenschap. En dan de beslissing de vaardigheid tot zondag en aansluitend naar je prijsuitreikingen. En ook nog een hele mooie show op het programma staan voor de zondag. So a short break, the next start at 10:36. In the lead from Germany, Michael Brachte, 50.91, second Korsten Ronde, 52.91. Benjamin Ayor at the third position, 56.84. Fourth from Germany, Rainer Duhn, 57.50, and fifth from Belgium, Tom Slotmans, with a result of 57.77. Andere uitslagen komen regelmatig voorbij op het grote scherm. And the big screen, the results so far. FEI Driving European Championship for four-and horses. Next, the starter from Hungary, Ferenc Galbax junior. De komstrijden dressuur zijn de Sorina Sabo en Fanny Karlik. De horses Conversano, Incitato, Pluto, Tulipan. Lipizzano paarden hier aangespannen. Prachtige kledij uit Hongarije ook. Willem was ook bij in de Budapest 2 jaar geleden en daarna op plaats nummer 25 competed already at the European Championship in Budapest 2021. From Hungary, Ferenc Galbax junior.
So we're back just after a slight break because our Spanish competitor has not been able to come forward due to a health issue. So we crack on with the 4th four-in-hand this Friday morning in Exloo. And this is Ferenc Galbax from Silviș-Vărad, the national stud in Hungary. And he also works there. And these wonderful horses, you're just about to get a sight of them. Conversano, Favori, Incitato, Pluto and Tulipan. So incredibly well-known Lipizzaner prefixes there. All come from the national stud, and just the history and the heritage around this breed extends back to, oh gosh, the Habsburg Empire, the Spanish court. They've been used in war horses. They've been, oh gosh, the subject of all sorts of political toing and froing over the years, but a fascinating history. Some of the studs are UNESCO sites, so internationally recognised for their heritage, a bit like the Kladruba stud in Czech Republic. And a lot of the similar bloodlines come in. We've got the stud in Lipica, which is currently in Slovenia, was Yugoslavia. And just having a look at some of these prefixes. Pluto, the first founded stallion line was the Pluto line. And we do associate many of the Lipizzaners being grey, but they can also be dark bay as well. So the Pluto line founding stallion was born in 1765 at the Frederiksborg stud in Denmark, and that is a name and venue that's associated with all sorts of European heritage breeds. 2 Pluto lines, one from Lipica and the other from the Foragas stud. The monarchy used them for pulling heavy court coaches, as they are strong and handsome horses, and I think they remain strong and handsome horses through many years of bloodline. So that's the Pluto lines. Siglavi are a mixture of varied lines. The Tulipan lines found mostly in Croatia, Bosnia, Romania and Hungary. Conversano, so we have one of the Conversano lines here. Stallions, mixture of stallions and mares. Ferenc is, he's junior. Galbax is driving, and founding stallion of the Conversato line was originally from Italy. It was a Neapolitan dark brown horse born in 1767 in the stud of Count Kaunitz. Neapolitano, born 1790 in Italy, was another original brown stallion and founder of that line. So the Conversano and Neapolitan lines were used as swift horses on long trips, good horses with staying power and stamina. So just confirmation there, driving as an individual for Hungary, and always wonderful to see his turnout with the grooms in this very smart national dress. Matching apron there, should score highly for those presentation marks at the end, and with some very clean greys. I was watching them being washed earlier as we came in. Born darker and get lighter over time. So Conversano 26, so some knowledge of the Roman numeral system does help. 23, that's one of the stallions. Incitato 25, 28, another stallion. And we've got a mare in there. Gosh, aren't they good? Pluto 33, 19, that's the mare. And Tulipan 8:15. There we go. Mixture of stallions and mares. A lot of these horses, Ferenc was also driving at the World Championships in Italy last year, but all based at the National Stud, which is also a venue for many driving events. We had the young horses there last year, and World Four-in-Hand Championships will be there next year. So very historic place. Svil Vazvaredi. So the Maestoso prefix, another famous one in our Lipizzaner breeding. The founder of that line was a grey Cladrube stallion, Maestoso Senior, born in 1773. Although the line died out at Lipica, it was renewed with the stallion Maestoso X, who was born in 1819, and the Austrian military stud. Although that was based in Mesohegyes in Hungary. The Siglavi line, the founder of that line was actually one of the original Arabian stallions, born in 1810. All his offspring was considered to be excellent, so very good for breeding. The Tulipan line has its roots in Croatia. In the early 1800s, there was a stud on the Hungarian border. Again, ties back to Lipica. Strong and fast carriage horses. The early Tulipan horses were particularly big, muscular and dark in colour. Incitato line originally comes from the Transylvanian stud of Bethlin, owned by Count Palbethlin, the founding stallion, born in 1802, and his sire was Romanian Siebenberger stallion, Curizo, and a Spanish-born mare. Fascinating history, could go on. Just wonderful that we are seeing these horses being driven here today. Of course, the Lipizzaner breed, so strongly associated, probably outside driving with the Spanish riding school in Vienna, but so much more than that, and very much a breed that we associate with carriage driving in its many forms. We saw some smaller Lipizzanas actually being driven as singles. Emma Golding's Mossy is a Maestoso pony, so they can come in all shapes and sizes, but very calm, temperamentally, really well suited to driving and match well, as we can see here with Ferenc. Now this halt on the centre line where the driver should be there and straight into the rein back. You want that to be as smooth as possible. Nowhere to hide, right in the middle of the arena. And the horses aim to be moving off as one. It's stated in the rules that the horse in the rein-back, horse or horses, must walk backwards in a straight line, with the legs being lifted and set down in diagonal pairs. They should remain on the bit, be straight in the body, not evade or resist the contact, and the pole should remain the highest point. That's actually much harder than it sounds. Obviously, the quarters drop a little bit. We saw that a lot with the single horses yesterday. You're easier to see it with just the one horse, but it's quite natural for the horse as a little bit more pressure and lift is put onto the reins to ask the horse to come backwards, that they do drop the head a bit. So keeping that pole as the highest point is one of the requirements. And just stretching forward there. It's one of the decisions that the driver and their trainers and team have to make beforehand, is where you place your buckles. Traditional coachman style driving is where you hold all your reins in the left hand and that right hand is used to hold the whip and as an assisting hand over the top of the rein. So if you're going to be driving coach and four in the show ring or tandem or whatever it may be, where you have more than two reins coming back, more than the single or the pair reins coming back, you would tend to, in the traditional way we call it coachman style, have them all in your left hand. However, with modern sport driving and over time, it has become absolutely acceptable, and what everyone does is to buckle the reins together, and deciding at what point on your reins you have your buckles, so that probably you're going to set them for where your horses are in working trot. That's probably your base level. So in terms of their frame, their length of body, length of neck, you will set it probably for the working trot. So when you're asking them to stretch their frames forward, certainly in that free walk on a long rein, you either see the driver leaning forward and stretching his arms out, or quite often they slide the reins through their hands, but in which case they lose a bit more definition on the individual rein handling because the buckles have gone forward and they're holding them behind the buckle. So nice big smile there, and again, cheers from the Hungarian contingent for Ferenc, who worked at the national stud at Svilvazvarad. Really important centre historically for this wonderful breed. Do go and visit it if you can. Now, results are just in on the screen. We will be able to share them with you at the moment, but on my screen, 65.23. Just to confirm that, that pops him into 12th at the moment. How were the judges? Quite a gap there. 131 from Anne-Marie, 131.5 in 14th at S, going up to 147, which was a 10th placing at R from Stefan Kazici. But averaging out the other judges, let's go through the marks. So 5s and 6s for the first entrance, 6s for the second movement. Where were they? Pretty much we had a 7 from Herman at P for movement number 7, so that was a slight improvement. That was the collected trot on a 20-metre half circle, but pretty much averaging all the way through a 7.5, again from Herman for movement number 17, which was the rein back. Actually, that was one of the better marked movements. Number 21 wasn't looked at quite so favourably. The horses probably didn't extend their frames near enough, and all the judges 4.4 and then the rest 4.5. So that was not a great movement for them. The last one, much improved, 6s and 7s, and then 23, which is for the athlete, the 7s and 7.5. So that's use of aids, handling of reins, whip position on the box, accuracy of figures. So that's where you gain your marks for accuracy, although you will lose individual marks for each one if you're not terribly accurate. And then some good marks for that final overall impression one. So a 9 from Klaus at C, 8.5 from Stefan, 7 from Anne-Marie, and 8 from Joachim and Herman at V and P. So that's the general impression and presentation. Maybe those who are awarding the higher marks have also owned greys and know what it's like to keep them clean. A lot of work for those of us that have greys. I drive a team of 4 greys as well. Admittedly, they are a little bit smaller. They're Welsh Section A mares, but they always seem to need washing, particularly if we're going out in public. So 3 athletes through so far. Sadly, we've lost Enrique from Spain due to a health issue. Horses did trot up. It was commented that one of his grooms was seemed to be driving the horses yesterday, so it could have been that an issue started yesterday. But welcoming in next for Switzerland, another nation that has a rich driving heritage. They've had many medalists over the years. Jerome Vutaz, and for those of you that are fans of the FEI World Cup circuit, this will be one of your most familiar athletes, and he's certainly done extremely well over the years on that circuit and outdoors. Very much a marathon specialist. He's got these compact and powerful little horses who go so well on the obstacles. So Jérôme Voutaz with the team La Ferme des Moulins from Switzerland, and the horses are a mixture of mares and geldings. We'll confirm which of the 5 he's brought. He's driving for the dressage. Like the rest of our athletes, he has also qualified. The criteria was obviously started, as I said earlier, on the 1st of January 2022. So there's been plenty of time. So even if people haven't been out much this year, as long as they had a good season last year, they will have qualified, and they must, at this 3-star level, have achieved a score of 70 points or less in the dressage. So you want to make sure that the dressage is of a standard, and that must be at 3-star or 4-star levels, and can successfully compete without elimination, disqualification or retirement in all 3 of the competitions. So that's dressage, marathon and cones. Now, this is a gentleman who would dearly love to win an individual medal. He's very competitive with these Swiss Bay horses. Jérôme Voutaz, Flower de Genasse, that is one of his regulars. Lyon, Lune de la Villefontaine and Valerio. So he is a gentleman that also uses some of the same horses indoor and out. Not everybody has the luxury of having 2 separate teams. So Swiss breeding, Franche Montaigne horses, strong draft horses. Obviously, over the years, has been a closed stud book for this particular breed, but they open it. I think they did around about 1972 for a year or 2 to inject some blood. We have the same thing in the United Kingdom with breeds like Cleveland Bay, Suffolk Punch, where they're deemed to be sort of on a critical list, where if you don't open up the breeding a little bit and inject some more bloodlines, that can all become a little bit close as far as the DNA is concerned. So it's been an opportunity for more sporting breeds to be introduced, and here we have now a very well matched team, and they're quite compact in comparison to if you were to stand them next to some of these really sort of long-legged warm bloods that a lot of the Dutch drivers have. We noticed that Koos de Ron's team in particular, we'll see them also with Glenn Gertz. He's a fan of the Dutch warm bloods. Quite different in their conformation. These horses, a bit like some of the German sport horses, much more conventional, as we say, in their conformation. They don't have these sort of very flat backs, probably a little bit more balanced across their bodies. Necks not set quite so high on the shoulders as they are with some of the warm bloods. They do look very different when they're out of harness. It's amazing how much putting them in the carriage and dressing them all in the same harness with their smart plaited manes, out in their Sunday best with their ear bonnets on as well. Might be to help just dull the noise a little bit. They're not supposed to have anything in their ears really, but it does give a nice smart impression. It helps keeping them concentrate as well. So Jérôme Voutaz here from Switzerland. That looked like a very good movement. Going down to F. Pretty united, might not have been the longest of stretches, but actually pretty even among his horses. Just goes to show what the capability is for this particular breed and type in terms of their conformation, length of leg. Quite a lot of the horses, Lipizzanas as well, they're a bit short across their backs, more compact, which a bit like people, the shorter the back is, the less problems you have. If you have tall people, they quite often have back problems. And you can have the same with horses, the longer the spine. Not so much with the driven horses, certainly with riding, when you've got people on their backs, perhaps ill-fitting saddles and things. This is why we are so careful to have all sorts of professionals looking after our horses, particularly at this level. They have their own dentist, regular visits from the farrier, probably get more new shoes than any of us humans do. Lots of physio, nutritionists. They will probably go swimming. A lot of them might have water therapy as well, have regular checks from vets to check that the joints are all okay, although proportionately far less strain on the joints and frame of a driven horse than pretty much any other form of equestrianism. So this is why they often last a very long time and compete until a ripe old age. Happy horses are working horses. So Jerome has enjoyed some very good results over the years. In 2017, he was the runner-up in the World Cup finals, and he's been a regular at the finals for many years, actually pretty much all the way through since 2016. Obviously, we had the years off due to COVID, but he was in Bordeaux again earlier this year in February 2023. Went all the way over to Tryon in the States for the World Equestrian Games in 2018, and has competed since 2015 in the European Championships. Didn't have the best of Pretonis by his standards, was 17th overall, but so far this year has enjoyed some good results. 4th at Beekbergen, which was very much a warm-up event for this European competition. 3rd in the Aachen Relay, which is right up his street, 11th overall. 15th in some more good Royal Windsor, very good Royal Windsor for him. He was 6th, and 9th at the Kladruby, and Landon won Kronenberg, and 4th overall in Bordeaux. So he's had a busy season, and he does actually have a day job. We have a real mixture in driving of full-time horsemen and women and others that have to fit it in round careers. We don't have the benefit of very deep pockets, lots of sponsorship and funding like some of the other disciplines do. So quite a show to keep on the road sometimes. So Jerome Vutaz is also a mechanic, took up driving in 2005. If you have a look at the website, you'll see there's some brilliant pictures of all sorts of long lines of bay horses against a backdrop of the beautiful Swiss mountains. You're either going up or down in places like Switzerland, which is actually very good for the fitness of the horses. Frames just opening up. You see nice length of neck. The poles are still the highest, but it'll be interesting to see how that's marked. But nobody's braking, just coming back in on the track, and as soon as he's squared up against the boards, he'll just be taking up his reins to go forward into one of these last movements, the collected trot. Just down at the bottom end of the arena, that road along just at the back of A, and where we've got some stands there in the white tents. You can just see some of the other competitors going up and down. That's where the exercise areas, some of the obstacles going back towards the stabling. The four-in-hand horses are being kept in the big indoor arena, which is like a big hall just to the side of it. And a good test there from Jerome Vutaz, very clean, precise, differentiation of pace, well-matched team, very similar in their stridings, and actually just have a look at them pacing quite well, particularly those wheel horses pacing well. That's exactly what you want with your pairs, is for the footfall to be falling in sequence, so it almost looks like you've got one horse from the side. But they're a very experienced team of horses. He's had them together ranging. The oldest is 14, but yeah, they work well together. That's a very good unit. And yes, unsurprisingly, a good mark, well deserved, 56.90. Not surprised, and one hopes he will be pleased with that. 3 of the judges had him in 4th. Klaus 153 in 7th, and at Air Saint-Marie 152, but actually very even marks across the board, probably some of the closest we've seen, ranging from 152.5 up to 158, very much united. So actually interesting to see running through the marks that I have on the screen here. Very good marks for that overall impression, and that goes back to everything I said about the horses being really well matched in type and pace, looking very smart. 9 from Klaus for that final mark, 8, 8.5, 8 and 8. So that really helps. If you're able to get these well-matched teams, they look good. The whole overall impression, the groom's outfits matches the drivers, matches the tones of the vehicle. Those collective marks at the end, and in terms of what the athlete was given, again, a good set of marks. He drove them quietly, they were responsive to his aid, accurate movements, and 3.87, 7.5. Throughout the test, 6s, 6.5s, up to 7s, the odd 5.5, 8 for number 10 from Herman. That was the halt for 8 seconds. But a good dressage for Jérôme Voutaz, and he will be, if all goes according to his plan, very competitive. So at the moment, the top 3 remains unchanged from yesterday. In first place remains Michael Brockler for Germany. He's part of a very, very strong German team. His mark was 50.91. In second place, Koos de Ronde. Again, similarly, absolute towering figure in terms of Dutch driving, 52.91. Both of them very, very good on the marathon. In third for France, Benjamin Aoud. He is currently on 56.84. So a bit of a gap there, nearly 4 marks. And just behind him, very, very little between them both, Jérôme Voutaz, that we've just seen for Switzerland, has pushed Rainer Duen, who we saw first this morning, into 5th. So Jérôme will, I hope, be very pleased with that, with his smart little bay team. And moving on, representing Sweden, another nation we keep saying, who, particularly with the Paulsen family, really instrumental in setting the standard for the sport. They were one of the first nations to take the training. The Paulsens did this, in particular Nicky Paulsen, the training of the horses, the athleticism. It became an art form with the Swedish drivers. And Axel Olin, alongside Fredrik Persson, they form a Swiss team with these dapple greys. Don't they look super? Kenzie, Lucky VS, Maydol and Minima. These are Dutch horses. One who's listed but not driving Orbit is a Hungarian sport horse. He might be one of the ones that we see out later tomorrow or over the weekend at the marathon. But all these greys, quite young actually, 6, 7 and 8. KWPN, Kenzie, Dutch as well. So quite a young team. And actually, as you said, yes, as I said yesterday with some of the Lipizzaners, you can tell with these greys, you can read them like a book. It's a bit like looking inside the horse's mouth if you go and buy one and you're told it's 4 and you have a look at the teeth. That's the best way to see how old a horse is. Look straight in the mouth, make sure that the seller's telling you the truth. And for these greys, a bit of a giveaway. They don't all change their coats at the same time as they get older, but most of the time they're born either dark roan, steel grey. They can be born bay or black and change over time to become very white. They might retain some darker points on the knees and hocks and through the manes and tails, but they will probably all over time. Each time a coat changes, the summer coat not always tends to be a little bit darker than the winter coat. And that pesky one-handed movement. And then no sooner do you get back onto the centre line and you've got a change of rein. But lovely having greys when they've just got this slight darkness to them. Doesn't show the stains quite so much. Now, despite their young years, they actually dropped their quarters slightly and really did push on through that extension. So that was a good example of the impulsion coming from behind. They do have quite an extravagant front leg action. It's important not to be completely seduced by that because it's really Brilliant. Oh, somebody's just decided he's having quite a little rest there. Right drop of the head. Interesting. And then, oh, it's so tricky. There's going straight on in the middle of the arena. Nothing to support the horses for this free walk. Whomever invented that movement, yeah. You knew what you were doing. You've got the linking strap there between the two collars, and you'll notice a mixture of the horses being driven either in the breast collars, where you've got that plate, what we call the breastplate, goes across the front, just above the point of the shoulder, and below where the windpipe goes into the chest, and important that's fitted correctly. But going round the collar, not easy to fit a collar correctly. You should be able to just put your flat hand down the front of the collar, make sure there's enough room, but you don't want too much movement in it, particularly for the horses at the back that are going to be in draft, because all that forward movement, just look at where the traces are attached to the hame tugs on the hames. Those are the metal bits that go around the outside to the traces going back to the vehicle. It's important they're really strong, and probably one of the most crucial parts of the harness when you're using full collars is the hame strap at the top. And if you're eagle-eyed, have a look just where those leader reins go past the wheelers, and you'll see there's just a very small buckle. It's quite a narrow strap, but quite important those hame straps are regularly serviced, that the leather's not getting too weak, because if the hames drop off, can be interesting. They've got what we call kidney links in front, and you've got the rings for the connecting strap, and then the pole straps going to the front of the pole. And interestingly, the pole sits relatively high on the modern competition vehicle, but with these tall horses, it's important that the lines are correct. You'll notice that certainly for the marathon and the World Cup, the traces are attached at quite a low point, a relatively low point, because they're doing a lot of hard pulling through the sand. They want a low line of draft. So certainly for these leader horses, the line of the traces going back to that front spreader bar, almost a straight line, there's no drop in it. It's more of an angle for the wheelers, but and just that offside horse having a little bit of a look around, bit of resistance there. Yeah, might lose a few marks. He did what he was told, but that's still a work in progress. The rein back for Axel Olin, who is from Kristianstad in Sweden. He has been a team member over the years for singles pairs, particularly specialising in pair driving. This year he's been out in Austria and Poland competing. Started competing with a pony in 1996, went to a single horse in 2000, then horse pair in 2005, and studied at the agricultural school in Borup. He's supported by Camilla Olin, Richo Christiansen and Nelly Harder. All geldings here. And Orbit, who I mentioned earlier, will be used in the marathon and the cones. We have these declaration sheets where they just confirm which of the 5 horses are being used and which grooms will be on. So Camilla is going to be on for dressage, marathon and cones, Rico for the marathon, and Nelly in dressage and cones. So very much a team effort for everyone, not just the horses. He's having a good look round. That'll be one of the younger horses up in front. They're just still having a look. It takes time. It's all part of the growing up process, is keeping them focused. Just like children, their attention spans take time to develop and mature as well. If you're lucky, some of the breeds, the Welsh breeds in particular, they do mature quite quickly. The warm bloods can be quite slow maturing, we say. They grow very tall quite quickly with these long legs they've got, but the mines can take a little longer to catch up with their big frames. And that's a smart trot down the centre line for the final movement. I think lots of potential with this young team, one to watch for the future. for Axel Olin for Switzerland. Four jolly nice horses.
In part 4 en afstamming met 3 KWP kuitpaarden. We hebben nog applaus mee Axel Olin. 37 jaar met haar paard Christian start. Zegenwaarde. Eerste kampioenschap dus in 2018 beest. Het laatste kampioenschap was in Kronenburg. In de tweespan.
A confirmation about where expected, although the judge at P was very impressed by that, had him in 5th place in his marks, although there's not such a great variation. We go from 138 at S, that's Anne-Marie, up to 152.5 at P, which is Herman van der Bosch. Dutch judge might well have liked the Dutch horses. 148.5 from Klaus at C. 11th also for Joachim at V, 144.5, R 139.5. Looking through the marks, Herman opened with a 7 for that central line at P, and his marks on average were quite a bit higher. His lowest was 4, all of them gave a 4 for movement. Yeah, movement number 3, the extended trot, not quite established with these relatively young horses. So that was a 4, totally united for number 3, the extended trot, MXK. Otherwise, a bit of variation, some 4.5s, 7s, and rightly so, because it was a very smart trot down the centre line for movement number 22. The last one, we had 7-6, 7-7-7, rightly so, because the horses had really settled it. With these youngsters, it just can take a bit of a while to settle them in the test. They're still growing and learning. And 23 for the athlete, 7.5, 7, 7.5, 7 and 8. And some good marks for that general impression and presentation, an appreciation of 4 extremely clean greys, 9, 9, 7.5, 9 and 8. So that really is a boost for the team in the background. Some good marks there, but 63.70 for Axel Olin. He and Fredrik Persson, they're the 2 members that make up the Swedish team, just the 2 of them, but that's fine. They can be a team. What you don't have is the luxury of being able to drop one of your scores should you need to. If you have a team of 2, all scores across the board, there'll be 6 in total, have to be counted. And the final driver for this opening morning session this morning is, again, a member of the Austrian team. There are 2 of them, and this is Christian Schogelhofer. He is driving a mixture of Hungarian sports horses and Lipizzaners. Currently ranked number 44, is based west of Vienna, Lower Austrian. Note to self, silence the phone next time. So, Christian Schogelhofer for Austria, welcoming into this fantastic arena at the Hippische Centrum in Exloo. We are in northeast Holland. Slightly overcast day. We've had lots of consultations with various weather apps between us, and they all seem to say something different. I've been carrying around a raincoat for the last 2 days, but have yet to use it. However, we would rather it stayed that way. We've had 2 beautiful days of sunshine. The trot-up day was just glorious here, and it really did make the horses with their gleaming coats look fantastic. Lovely sunny morning for our para athletes yesterday morning. A little bit overcast when the four-in-hands came in, but we don't mind at all. The temperature is just right for these horses for them to be able to perform at optimum level. And Christian's team, we confirm we've got Sipo, Dalton, Maestoso, Marshall. That'll be a prefix that might be familiar to you if you've been listening, and Touchstone Maverick. So Touchstone Maverick is a Dutch hackney. Now that's quite interesting. You might remember that Jodie McKeown, who is our sole representative from Australia at this event, she is driving the Grade 1 Para class, and she is driving a Dutch hackney which has been loaned to her by the great George Bowman, who is one of our most famous four-in-hand drivers, not just to the Brits but across the board. Was best of friends with Prince Philip. They did so much together on many, many teams over the years, and George is still going strong. Hope he's listening in, or some of the family are, from their base in the Lake District in the northwest of England. So we have 15-year-old Sipo, who's a Hungarian sport horse. He's the bay. Dalton, 16. Again, similar breeding. Maestoso Marshall, no surprise, 14-year-old Hungarian Lipizzaner. And Touchstone Maverick, the hackney. So quite a mixture of the breeds in here. But if they go well together and each have their strengths, then why ever not? Being driven in the breast collars, so just look at the slightly different configuration round the front of the horses. Just sitting above the point of the shoulder, and you'll notice they have what we call a false martingale. Now, it doesn't tend to come into play too much. They're fairly loose on this turnout. We don't want them too tight, restricting movement down between the front of the legs. But they go back and looped round the girth and the belly band. Interestingly, the first time we've seen one of our four-in-hand drivers wearing breeching on his leaders. So you will have seen all the single turnouts yesterday had that sort of back braking system of the harness, which they have to wear. It's an FEI ruling that a single turnout must wear it, and also if you don't have brakes on your carriage, you're supposed to wear it. That said, he will have brakes. Christian will have brakes on his carriage, but maybe this is because he comes from Austria. I'm just hazarding a guess here, and a bit like being in Switzerland, can be a bit hilly, and if you're going up and certainly downhill with your horses, having the breeching on the wheelers is probably quite sensible. So the first of his one-handed movements out of the way. And just hoping the horses quite definitely change the bend. They've gone round to the right with the one-handed, then the loop to the left, then an extension across what we call a short diagonal, joining back up at F. And you really want to have this very clean definition between each movement, definite start and finish, hopefully right when the horses' noses are on the letter. Are you counting at home? This is the 8-second halt, and then this pesky, yep, free walk forward. Klaus is the one that really has the bird's eye view there as to whether these horses step straight in, but they don't have the security of what we would say a normal contact on the reins, because the reins have been extended to encourage the horses to open the frame. Probably the driver would just have them in the hands, as we say, a little bit until those first few steps have been taken, but you want to demonstrate a clean movement with those extended necks. Nose is just coming in front of the vertical. That's what you'd be aiming for. Certainly are with the leaders, and then just gathering up forward into trot. Aiming that probably your lead horses should just, yeah, that's better. Traces just bobbing helps when you come back and up into the collected trot. And that very small circle, 15 meters diameter at sea. Yeah, horses now gone back into their outlines. and H to P for a longer diagonal. Lots of constant rein changes, pretty much between each movement you've got a rein change. So this is where the scales of training have to come in, and the suppleness of the horses. And good extension there from the offside leader. He certainly in front looked well. He's quite a rangy sort of horse, just he's got quite a nice free movement across his quarters. That's what you want, is for them to be as open and supple as possible. Lots of spring in the step from behind, which in turn propels them forward, but also absolutely crucial for your collection, which is a vital part of the scales of training. Straightness, balance, rhythm, contact, collection. And only once you have all those do you start asking for your extensions, your medium walks and trots. You can improve a trot. Lovely if you've got a nice natural trot with your horse, but you can work on it. But to have a good walk, that's really important. Not a lot you can do to change your horse's walk through training, but the trot, as the frame gets stronger with your youngsters, you can certainly train them to use themselves really well. And that's when you get the defined changes of pace. There we go. The wheel horses very much in step there. That was a lovely sequence from the wheelers just coming down towards H there. Tends to mean they're working evenly together. We don't have too much of them pulling on this very flat sand surface, which the going couldn't be better for the driven turnouts, but just to have them in sequence like that, one of those dreamy moments. Oh, just slight jog. Very frustrating when that happens. Not much you can do. And don't forget, the reins are all interconnected, so you can't just isolate asking that offside right-hand leader to come back. And yeah, I think you can just see Christian's probably asking him just to come back and stay and walk, and he's evaded that slightly by just turning his head to the right. Interesting to see that. So the horse has come off his straight frame just because he's wanting to break pace, and still that's it in sequence there. Well done. Now he's concentrating again. Just been a little bit more lucky, but he's a big horse. Big horse, got quite big feet as well, hasn't he? There we go. Christian Schogelhofer, the first of the two Austrians to drive. So he rounds off our opening session this morning here at the Hippische Centrum in Exloo. This wonderful equestrian centre here, and he acknowledges the crowd. We will be back at 11:40 local time with Dries de Griek, one of our young guns in driving. He's one of the next generation drivers who does really well. Again, another one that will be known to you if you follow the FEI World Cup circuit. So back with Belgian team member and medalist in his fairly short career in four-in-hand, been very successful. Dries de Griek, we're back at 11:40. But in the meantime, let's just confirm Christian's number one he is, and he is 16th. Unity amongst the judges. Interestingly, quite a close set of marks there, although the placings are a bit different. They were pretty much united across the board. So we go from 138.5 at V, who's Joachim, our Spanish judge, to 137.5 at R, so very close mark is there from Stefan, up to 142.5 from Klaus. So interesting, quite united, and across the board, 6s, 5.5s, couple of sevens. Herman actually was, he went from 2 sevens for movements 8 and 9 to, for movement number 11, which was the free walk. And again, there was some jiggy jogging there, wasn't there? That was a 3.5 from him, but whereas his colleagues, 3 6s and a 4 running along. Good collectives, relatively good collectives, 23 for the athlete, 4 7s and a 7.5, and that final overall impression mark, 8 8 7.5 7.5 7.5. So there we go. Leaderboard remains unchanged for the top 3, and just from this morning's session, Jerome Vutaz has put in a great performance to put himself into 4th place, which puts him in great contention for the marathon as well, one of his specialists. But Michael Brockloff, the German team member, who will be like lightning going through his obstacles, he remains in front on 50.91. Cousterond not far behind, 52.91, and Benjamin Eo from France, 56.84, and just in behind, very, very little in it, 0.6 between them, Jerome Vutaz from Switzerland. Rainer Dern, who opened proceedings this morning, 57.64. And there we go, further down, Christian has just popped himself into 16th place. After that, 66.83, but those second page of results all pretty close, apart from Hans Huys, who was on 85.27, but he did have at least one of his horses that just would not settle. Did a beautiful hand canter through much of the test, but very close. Istvan on 63.03, Vaslon on, they're level pegging. Gosh, we've got a tie at 11th. That doesn't happen very often. Axel Olin with the Greys, we've just seen 63.70. Ferenc with another team, wonderful. Lipizzaner Stallions, 65.23. Peter Hu, as we saw yesterday, Junior, 66.09. And Christian, we've just seen 66.83. So those are the current standings. We'll take a short break. We'll be back at 11:40, just in 15 minutes or so, opening the second session of dressage here in Exloo with Dries de Griek for Belgium.
Er zijn diverse horecapunten hier op die centrum. Extra goed ook alweer geopend met tentjes ernaast. Ook het restaurant is voor iedereen de toegang. Restaurant gelegen naast de FEI. So once again, a breakdown and start at 11:40. FEI Driving European Championship for 4-in-hand horses. Let me introduce you once again to the judges. Dressage from Germany, Klaus Gis. At R from Poland, Stefan Kazitsky. And S from France, Anne-Marie Terwee. At V from Spain, Joachim Medina. En at P from the Netherlands, Herman van der Bos. Dus 5 internationale juryleden op dit EK en WK met waar we zo dadelijk de draad wil oppakken met de start van Dries de Rink. Mensen waar auto's staan sportief geparkeerd moeten dringend verplaatst worden. Betreft een Opel, kenteken 63XKDP, ik herhaal Opel 63XKDP, Volkswagen Passat 22FPTT, Volkswagen 22FPTT en Mercedes met kenteken RX295G, Mercedes RX295G, dringend verplaatsen, dank u wel. Volgende deelnemer werd hier het stadion Benedictstad in België, de 28-jarige Dries de Rink. En de klok zijn Anne Bonterberg en Femke Baaiens. Paarden die zijn aangespannen door Christini. Verder zien we Dirk Grenadier en Geraldo D. Grenadier is 12 jaar, Dirk is een 5-jarige KB-penner van de Torino. Daar is Christini 15 jaar, heeft als vader de Grand Prix Dressage Johnson T. En de 9-jarige Geraldo D is een KB-penner van Sandro.
Welcome back to Holland. We are well underway in our dressage event here at the Hippische Centrum in Exloo. And just about to start our second session of dressage here on a slightly overcast but quite warm, muggy day. Friday morning, and wherever you are in the world, we welcome you. My name is Sarah Dance, and I shall be guiding you through the proceedings for this championship. Dries de Rink, the Belgian, driving D'Agostini, Dirk Grenadier, and Geraldo D. Dries, a very successful four-in-hand driver, not just outdoors, but on the indoor circuit, and very much will be in contention for a medal, certainly for the team event in Belgium. Joined by Tom Stockmans on the team, who drove yesterday and is currently in 6th place on 57.77. And later on today, we will have Glenn Geertz driving. So Dries in 28, based near Ghent and Antwerp, so not too far to travel here, currently ranked 5th. For World Cup rankings, he's number 6, driving a similar team to those that he had at the World Championships in Pretonia in Rome last September, and they are all KWPN, the Dutch Warm Bloods. He was 5th in the World Cup indoor final, FEI final in Bordeaux in February earlier this year, and actually just off the podium, very frustrating for him in 2022 when we had that bumper final after COVID in Leipzig. That really was a great event, and some of the team on the Clip My Horse gang were working there as well, when we were so pleased to have 4 World Cups back together. We had the jumping, the dressage, the vaulting, and the driving all together in one event, so that was amazing. Real celebration. And Dries did really well there, just annoyingly for him, clipped to a cone and popped himself out of medal contention. He was 11th individually at the World Championships and on the bronze medal winning Belgian team. He also won bronze with the team at the last World Equestrian Games that were held in Tryon in America in 2018. Had a busy season so far. He's been 10th at Bergen last month, 10th at Aachen, which was in June, 5th in Saumur in May, 8th at Royal Windsor in England, that was also in May, 7th at Laarden in April, and also 12th in Kronenberg. So put in some very solid results so far this year. He's a farrier and trainer, introduced to by his father to driving, who back in the day drove a Lipizzaner team, and chef d'equipe and coach for the Belgian team is Mark Ventien, who is another well-known figure in driving internationally, drives a horse single himself, and does lots of things, including commentate. Dries himself started to compete in 2010 with a single, then moved on to a pair, and when he turned 18 10 years ago, took up driving a horse team. So D'Augustini and Dirk, who are the two darker coloured ones, they are 15-year-old geldings. Grenadier is one of the bays at 12, and Geraldo is a mere youngster at 9. So those are Dries' horses. Another one who should put in a blistering performance through the obstacles on the marathon tomorrow. Very much a marathon specialist. Just this free walk on a long rein. Looks like he's holding his breath, trying to keep the horses from breaking, and then reins back into the hands, buckles, takes them up. A little bit early for some of them, just anticipating that movement, but they will want a solid result in terms of the team performance. Good aerial shot there. Our camera's just above Klaus, who is our president of the jury at C. This tight circle now, 15 meters diameter, right in front of the judge, so he knows, and we'll see the marks in the sand where everyone has gone before. Extended trot from P to H, or H to P, and then at P, gathering everybody into one hand, collector trot, reins in one hand. Have to be pretty quick to make that, and set your loops. That's the big one you have to do, is set your loops so that the horses are coming straight off from the extension into change of rein round to the right with that loop, so knowing exactly how much you're going to pick up and hook your leader reins under that thumb and pop them into one hand. This is why this is quite an advanced dressage test for our horse fours. Just a moment of the horses being in sequence there, and stopping on the centre line for the rein back as one unit, aiming to keep those poles high. Just a bit of resistance there from that lead horse in front on the offside. Near and off are the terms we use in English for left and right. Got his right arm extended out there just to fully demonstrate that all the reins are held in that left hand. Yeah, that was quite a good extension back there. All horses responding well, pacing evenly, and that Felt very light and smooth, actually, despite being in the one hand. Should get some extra marks, certainly, for that particular extension, dropping into another free walk, lengthening the frame. That's good. Particularly that bay horse in front looks quite happy to be in this movement. Just pulling forward, don't want them to fidget too much. You still want them straight. Straightness, one of the important scales of training, that everything we do is based on rhythm. Regular and correct for each pace. We're looking for 4 beats, 4 clear beats, even in a free walk, trot, a clear 2 beats, legs moving in diagonal pairs. Canter will be through, but we don't have that same tempo throughout. Suppleness, aiming that the horse's muscles have tone and are free from resistance. Joints are loose and do not tighten up against the rider or driver's aids. Muscles are important, particularly over the top line from the hind legs. If you think about it, it's always quite a circular motion coming from the hind legs, quarters, loins, in front of the wither and up to the pole. Shouldn't all just be coming out the front end. Test of whether a horse is supple and working through the back and neck. This is when the rein contact is eased, as in a free walk. He will want to stretch forward and down and not try to hollow and lift his head. So that's why that particular movement is a really important indicator for where the horse is in terms of training and strength. And Dries, good movement, that final straight line down the centre for the halt. So Belgium have already posted a good team result for Tom Stockman, who's currently sitting in 6th, 57.77. We will shortly be able to confer where Dries is with the Belgian fan club. And some flag waving. Just look to the right of your screens. There we go, under the canopy on the grandstand.
Here is the result at C, 167.
Well, that is an interesting mark. That equals Michael Brokler. So we will have final confirmation, but at the moment, 50.91 puts him into equal first. So that is a super mark for another marathon specialist. We're going to have the most cracking competition tomorrow. So how were the judges on that? We had 2 in first place at R and S. So Stefan and Anne-Marie on the side at R and S. At C, Klaus 167 had him in second, as did Joachim at V on 158. So not too big a range. We went from 158 up to 167. Got off to a good start, 6.5 up to 7. Pretty much 6.5s and 7s all the way through, the odd 5.5, but a very consistent test. 17 dropped a few marks. That was the rein back, yes, bitty, and you could see that the offside leader was just not quite, he wasn't in sync with all his mates. And then 7s for the last few movements. The collectives, 8.58. 7, 8 for the athlete in terms of accuracy. It was a very smooth, it looked like a really light test. The team looked light in his hand. And for the overall impression of the horses, cracking marks, 9, 9, 9, 9 and 8.5. So the judges pretty much united on that being one of the better tests they've seen. Only Herman van der Bosch had him in 4th, but that said, his marks were on a par with everybody else. So good marks for that final section, number 24 on the dressage sheet: general impression and presentation, appearance of athletes and grooms, correctness, cleanliness, harmonising of horses and carriages. And so good marks there for Dries de Greek. The Belgian team, Mark Ventien, coach and chef, will be delighted with that. So puts them into a very strong position, and confirmation on the leaderboard on the screens here that indeed, as we stand at the moment, 50.91 puts him level pegging with another marathon specialist, the German Michael Brokler. So pops Kusterond into 3rd on 52.91, and Benjamin drops to 4th, but lots more to come. Now, I have to confess, this will be very hard to concentrate on this next test because these horses are absolutely wonderful and I feel quite passionate about them. They are the Kladrubers from the National Stud. There is such majesty to them. Just sit back and watch these beautiful, beautiful horses come in front of you here in Exloo. Driven by Yuri Neveshil Jr. He's got his brother and his father driving here on the Czech team, and they are, as you can see, Generalissimus, Roncha, Roauna, Favori, Risa, and Sacramoso Aversa. Yuri, who, because he works at the National Stud, which is a UNESCO heritage site, rightly so, has quite an interesting history, and he is in military dress, as are the grooms, and don't they look fantastic? So Favori Risa is the only gelding here, otherwise we have these stallions. Ranging in age from 13 to 17. We've got 9-year-old, 11-year-old, 13-year-old. So all in their prime. Look at their lovely greys, immaculately clean. And there is such majesty to them with their beautiful, noble Roman noses, top lines. As stallions, they keep their crest, but they have such depth to them. The Kladruber will come in either grey or black. They did have other colours over the years, but that's been streamlined to them. They are very rare, only about 1,500 purebreds in total today, considered to be one of the world's oldest breeds. They date back to 1579, when the Habsburg Emperor Rudolf II founded the National Stud in Kladruber, where Yuri has been working for over 20 years. They have been refined through breeding over the years to black and grey. The greys were used traditionally for the imperial court, and the blacks used for church ceremonial work. The breed was nearly wiped out when, sadly, and it happened, it wasn't just with to these breeds, Non-Use and Lipizzanus as well, they were sold for meat when the Habsburg Empire collapsed, and the distinguishing features, of course, are this wonderful Roman nose, big expressive eyes, and a relatively high knee action. But they are just magnificent horses. The stud isn't so far from Prague, so if you do fly into the Czech capital, please be sure to go and see them. And if you feel quite as, or even half as passionate about this breed as I do. I did actually work with a Kladruber years and years ago in Bavaria in Germany as a coach horse, and he was the most noble horse I've ever known. Cyclona he was called. He'll be long gone now, but there is not only a majesty to their looks, but to their temperament as well. And for those of us that were at the World Championships last autumn, they would come out for an evening walk at dusk, and they'd have their beautiful blue rugs on, and they'd parade in front of us all, and it was just jaw-dropping stuff against the backdrop there. So to see them here once again is an absolute treat. The stud also hosts an event that was on earlier on in the year, Kladruby nad Labem, and that was actually well televised. They have around about 500 mares, They were imported, the earlier bloodlines crossed with the Neapolitan, Spanish horses, so similar bloodlines to those ones I mentioned earlier for the Lipizzans, a bit of Oldenburg blood, one of the heavy Czech breeds, first developed to be a carriage horse and also an imperial horse. Obviously a part of Europe that has enjoyed sort of a fairly turbulent history, not enjoyed, survived it, so the stud and the horses have had mixed fortunes over the years, but thanks to people like Yuri and everybody who promotes the breed, they are back on the up. And do, when you're not watching the coverage here from Exloo, go and find some of the films that are out and about on the internet of these wonderful horses, both teams and pairs of the greys and the blacks being driven through the snow in the sleigh with the sleighs. It is absolute perfection. The drone footage above showing them all out, and people like Yuri in their wonderful uniforms, just looking so smart, quite incredible. So for those of you watching at home, you are witnessing these beautiful Kladruber horses coming towards the end of their dressage test here at the 13th European 4-in-hand Championship for Horses. The first event was in 1971 in Budapest, in Hungary. And we have the team from the national stud, the Kladruber stud, which has been breeding these horses for more than 400 years. The oldest Czech breed, and one of the very few, if not the only, to be bred specifically for carriages that were for emperors and kings. A ceremonial, ancient breed. And my goodness, they are magnificent. Yuri's had a good season so far with them. 3rd in Svilsvaravad, 14th at Aachen, and 3rd at his home event of Kladruby Nadlabem. And his brother Dressage will be here later on, and Father Yuri was already competing. But there they go, these magnificent horses. A joy to see. Absolutely no commentator impartiality when it comes to that particular 4-in-hand, I'm afraid. They're even more beautiful when you're up close to them than they are on the screen. Just wonderful.
Punten per jurylid, dames en heren, worden weergegeven en de eindscore eveneens. Dat wordt opgerekend in strafpunten. We nemen die strafpunten mee naar de marathon op zaterdag en de komst de waarheid op de zondag. Here is the result. At C 149, there are 157, and S 100.
There we go for Yuri, 62.36. Currently pops him into 11th place, but there's quite a lot round about those marks. Judges ranging in their marks from 4.5 up to, of course, some nice collective marks at the end, 9, 9, 8, 8.5 and 7 for that overall impression. Probably lose out a little bit on some of those collected, extended trot movements, just, but otherwise a test that was, if you're a fan of these magnificent grey stallions, is a pleasure to watch. So 62.36 for Yuri Nevashil Jr. And we are underway, well underway in our second session. We've just seen Dries de Greek for Belgium put in an equal top score so far with Michael Brockler, who was one of our athletes yesterday afternoon on Thursday afternoon here in Holland. Sit back and watch this magnificent lady. Now, Anna Sandman, she has made the German team. Boyd said yesterday she's had a very, very good set of results this year. There he is, just on the ground. And a lady whose family need very little introduction in driving. Father Christoph actually was on the nominated list for being here, but probably decided that they were all going to concentrate on Anna and her team play. She's driving a KWPN Dutch warm-bled team. She is based in Leyden in Germany, and the family business is Sandman Transport. And Anna has also done exceptionally well on the world stage with pairs of horses. She is on 2021. She was on the silver world pairs team in Kronenberg and a bronze team in 2015 at quite a tender age. But so far she's had some good results. 5th at Beekberken, 8th in Samoa, 4th at Royal Windsor and 4th at Leyden, her local event. But began driving a single when she was 6, inherited the passion for driving from her famous father Christoph, who's been a multiple team and individual medalist for Germany. Trained for this event by Boyd Excel. Currently ranked about 14th, but she is supported here driving Bo Liberator, Freddie Yu, Harley, Owen van der Martha, Hove, Texel. We have a mixture of stallions and geldings in this, but she put in a very impressive dressage performance at the World Championships last year. She was 4th after dressage on a score of 42.52 and did 19th overall, but certainly her dressage in Pretoni was superb, so that has helped her with a place on the national German team, which is hard fought. There's a tremendous depth of talent from the German four-in-hand drivers, a nation that has been part of it for generations. Anna Sandman for Germany. Look at that big loop in her left hand. That's quite a big loop, but she's got certainly exactly where you would want those leaders to be, just the traces bobbing along, not in draft. She's set up her reins, and then another loop. Just look at that. That's what we do with the team drivers. And then that gets released once they've finished it, just the loop getting smaller there, and it's pinged out as she asked the horses to go forward. Certainly clear change of pace there across that short diagonal. Really wanting this to look like one unit moving together. The team is judged as a whole. And then forward into the free walk after the 8 seconds. Yep, that's definitely one of the tighter move-offs that we've had. Slight bicker there between them. When they're that far ahead of you, can't do that. Maybe you don't put these two. Yeah, the horse is just like us, like siblings. They'll have a bicker sometimes. Anna driving them in full collars with the white metal furniture, we call it, is the name for the metal fittings on a set of harness. The big loops that look like earrings coming down from the side of the throat lash on those wheel horses, just to the side of the bridles, and that helps feed through the leader reins, very long reins when you're driving a big team of horses like this. Lovely aerial shot, gives you an idea of the view that Anna will have over her horses. Big loop there in her hand for this 15-meter circle at sea. Very supple horses. Just see how upright they stay, and a lot of elevation. This will be why Anna's probably getting a mark or two extra per movement, because of the quality of the steps. And yeah, now watch this, sit back. Oh my goodness. Superb. Lovely extension there. And just look at how everything then becomes more contained for this collected circle. And then again, opening out, length of pace, coming from behind. But just look at the hock movement, particularly of those leaders. They're working incredibly well, exactly as you would want them to. Very good quality horses. This is why she does so well in dressage, one of the many reasons. But when you're starting with horses who've got this sort of action, generous, with plenty of power. Interestingly, when you see them side on like that, you can see quite a difference in the height between the wheel horses. This one on the right-hand side does look to be a little bit more petite, but that really doesn't matter, because for this, it's about matching where they hold their heads, the head height, pole height, and certainly the paces, and that they're compatible. There will have been lots and lots of training done at home deciding whether they're better off in the wheel or the lead, left or right side. Yeah, superb, wonderful quality of extension there. And look at the ears forward most of the time. These are 4 horses that really are enjoying this job. Lovely test so far from Anna Salmon, as we would expect. Nice extension there, bit of a lengthen. Heads go in front of that vertical line, but have a look at where the hind legs are falling. Those feet want to be over tracking if you have a true free walk on a long rein. Yes, even dressage horses like this have a good look at the crowd as they come in, but Anna will be bringing them back into her hand now. We would expect some really punchy marks for this test. Very, very classy. And that is why Anna Sandman has earned her place on the German team at this European Championship. Collection now. Really, the judge at sea wants to only be seeing two horses in perfect parallel lines. Feet falling in sequence are clear to beat. And then noses perfectly on G. And yes, job done. Big cheers, understandably, for Anna Sandman. Superb test. I suspect we will have a change in the leaderboard after that. At any second now, we will have confirmation of what looked to be a superb test, and absolutely 42.58. That has just blown everybody else out of the water. Incredible. All judges on first. Now let's look at these marks. 7s, 7s, odd 6.5s, 8s, plenty of 9s. Brilliant, brilliant test from Anna. There won't be many that can touch that. Marijke might well do. We've got the two Chardons to come, but 42.58. Unequivocal. Yeah, just propelled herself into a different league. So pops Mikael Andries into joint second place now on their 50.91, and Costerond in fourth now with his 52.91. But as expected, Anna Sandman has just posted a great mark there. And don't forget, her teammate Marijke Harm is going to be one of the last to go, and she too has expectations of herself and those on the team that she too will post a great dressage score. But our top marks so far for that all-important collective number 24 overall impression, 9.5, so nearly perfect. 9.5 really doesn't get very much better than that. Once in a blue moon you might see a 10 in dressage, but 9.5 deserved, well deserved. So just across the board, the average of the marks just got better and better as the tests went on. For movement number 1 coming in 7, 6.5, 6.5, 7, 6.5, everyone pretty much united. And then she got her first 8.5 from the judge at P for number 3. And then 8s, 7.5s for most of the movements. Number 11, not one of the stronger ones. That was the free walk, the first free walk, 6s and 6.5s, but then back up into 7s and 8s. But superb. Now back to the business of this morning in Exloo. We go on to the next competitor in this morning of dressage. The bell has rung. Our 5 judges at C: Klaus Christ at R, Stefan Kazichki, S, Anne-Marie Turbe from France, V from Spain, Joaquin Medina, and at P, Herman van der Bosch from the Netherlands. For France now, Maxime Maricourt, so the second of the French drivers to come. We had Benjamin Ayo yesterday, And he is driving Endziki, Image, Capitan, Jack and Corporal. So those are the 4 of his 5 horses. They are all bay, same team that he had at the World Championships, KWPN, Dutch horses. Maxime in 2007 was for the first time, and then several times afterwards, single pony French champion. He's been at plenty of World Championships over the years with different combinations. His wife Letitia also drives, and he has competed at Minden for the World Pony Championships. His father was a show jumper, so running in the veins, we've got a gelding, and Ziki is a gelding, Image is a stallion, Captain Jack is a gelding, and Corporal is a stallion. So 2 geldings and 2 stallions in there. And pacing beautifully around that corner. Goodness, that's a great sequence there. Just what you want. Almost from the side, it just looked like they were a tandem, one in front of the other. Just one of those rare magic moments that you get with a multiple. Very striking horses with their almost mahogany bay coats and white socks and stockings. Interesting, the conformation, a lot of these Dutch horses quite flat across their backs when you take them out of harness. They look very different. They don't sort of have the arched croup that a lot of other breeds do, and the neck really high set on the shoulders, naturally carry the pole high. But one of the features of them, this incredible length of leg. There's a lot of space between the bottom of the rib cage and the ground, and have these particularly long sort of flanks down to the thighs. That's where a lot of the hocks, that sort of thigh part of the rear leg, lots and lots of action and power that comes from that, gives them this great sort of spring to the step. And then a relatively high knee action in front. Very athletic horses. So at the halfway point of our second session of dressage at the 13th European 4-in-hand Championships. Now, trying to get concentration back there from his near side leader. Oh my goodness, what a moment to just have a chat to your mate. He said, I didn't really want his head under my nose. Thank you very much. So just Maxine encouraging them to lengthen and step out, but really don't want them to break into a trot, into a jig jog. Very tempting for them. Quite an art to keep all 4 on the same pace, and then just brought the reins back into his hand, but still leaning forward. And once they go forward and trot, he'll come back up a bit and pick up the loop. So France did medal in Germany in 2019 when Benjamin won the individual silver title, and that was a good event. They had 41 drivers from 12 nations, but would dearly love to be on the podium as a team. Again, they did that in France when they won the bronze medal, and Benjamin and Anthony Ord, who is also here, were joined by Thibaut Coudry. They are trained as a team by the great Felix Brasseur, who drove for Belgium for many years, but in recent years has been the national coach for the French team, and you could not wish to have somebody more experienced bringing on these drivers and taking them through these events. Tremendous record from him as well. On the centre line, and oh, bit of resistance there. Yeah, you just want it to be nice and smooth. And on into the trot at rejoining the side at E. And then setting yourself up for that one-handed. So just getting the loop in place. Just tilting his hand, asking those lead horses to come around. You want it to be a nice, round shape. Nobody falling in looking like a windscreen wiper, and then the loop is out. Just encouraging with the whip. That's absolutely permitted. On the wheeler, and reins quickly back into both hands. Set yourself up round the top in front of C, right under our cameras, and forward to another free walk. And exposed in the middle of the arena again. Just trying to encourage those horses to open up a little bit. Might want a little bit more in terms of lengthening the frames. Wheel horses starting to do it a bit more. Just could do with the leaders dropping their heads a bit. But there's plenty to look at when you've got the grandstand in front of you. Yeah, just see the offside horse having a good look at everybody. So in this collected trot, the horse should be remaining on the bit, energetically forward with a greater degree of engagement, leading to increased flexion of the hocks and fetlock joints. Whereas for the extended trot, the horse should be lengthening its stride, covering as much ground as possible, resulting from greater impulsion from the hindquarters. The athlete allowing the horse to remain on the bit without leaning on it, but lengthening the frame again to gain the ground. Ideally, nose slightly in front of the vertical, hind feet clearly tracking over the footprints. So, Maxime, second of the French drivers. They have a strong team here in Exloo. Benjamin has already gone. He's just been nudged into fifth position with his 56.84 after that incredible test by Anna Sandman that we've just seen. But next in is the reigning European champion, Bram Chardon. So let's just see if he can upset that top order. So 61.83 puts Maxime into current 11th place. And although there's quite a lot of uniformity in the marks, we go from 145.5 to 151 in terms of positioning for the judges. We go from 8th to 16th. but quite uniform sixes, 6.5 as they came in. Mainly a board of sixes, odd sevens. Reasonable collective scores at the end for the athletes, 7, 7, 8, 7, 7.5, and overall impression 2, 8.5s, 8, 9, and 8. So fairly uniform from our judges, despite the disparity in where they might be ranked in terms of what each judge has awarded so far in this class, but a pretty even set of marks all the way through. Sixes, 5.5s, odd sevens, and then decent collectives at the end. So Maxime Maricourt goes into 11th place currently, but aiming with every fibre in his body to retain his crown is the great Bram Showdon. At 30, he's done more in driving than most. Team gold, alongside his father, the legendary IJsbrand, who will be one of our last drivers through later on this afternoon. Did that incredible double clear at the World Championships in the cones, 10th in the marathon, not one of his strongest marathons, 7th after the dressage. He is the defending European champion, aiming for his third title. He won it in 2019. And then again in 21, he was also world champion back in the day with his pony team. The team, also the Dutch team, got silver medal position at the World Equestrian Games. So far this year, he has had second at Beek Bergen, he was second in the relay at Aachen, fifth overall, third in Samoa, second at Kladruby, and he and Boyd are playing sort of cat and mouse in terms of the FEI World Cup Series. So although he went in as defending champion, he was just pipped to the post, went into silver in Bordeaux earlier in the year, but once again crowned as Dutch four-in-hand champion at Beek Bergen. So Bram Showdon driving Freddy, General, Idol N and Juventus. Relatively young, all geldings, all the warm bloods. 9 for the team he's brought here, 9, 9, 10 and 12. Not only is Bram driving here with expectation that he will be placing himself under as much pressure as the expectation of everyone around him, but he's been training, and if you were listening in yesterday, he came into the commentary box briefly. It was an absolute privilege to have him here. He'd been training Tracy Bowman from the United States, who is currently lying in first place in the Grade 1 para-equestrian class. And this is looking very smooth already from Bram. The horse is working extremely well together as a team. Lovely change of bend there. There's such a poise to them. Very experienced. Recently became a father, so the next generation in this iconic family, this dynasty. His sisters, also tremendous sportswomen. Mum Pauline, the matriarch, but Jeanette, Edith and Leanne. Also ride and drive, eventing, all sorts of things. Legends of our sport. Just look at how those front traces are just what you'd want. This is a very, very classy test. Bram, who is the consummate sportsman, takes his own fitness very seriously. Does lots to keep himself fit, as well as being an extremely sought-after trainer. He's helping some of the other Americans who are hanging on for the Pony Worlds next weekend in southern Holland. We hear it's raining down there, so if you're down there getting ready for the Pony World Championships next weekend, Good luck to you all. But for the time being, we're in Northern Holland. And as Bram said, what a privilege to be defending his title on home soil. Oh, beautifully driven corner, goodness. Lovely and deep. Now, this could be challenging, Anna. This is a very, very good test so far. The horse is seamless. Counting to 8. Oh, little scratch on the knee. Yes, as expected. No deviations, no feet placed to the side. Lovely, clean move off into the free walk from the halt. Such a tricky movement to get right. But Bram's got it right so far. He's got very long levers in his arms, like so many of the Dutch coats as well, very tall. So he's able to keep those buckles in his hand, but also just lean forward and stretch those long arms of his. So he hasn't had to pop the buckles out of his hand. Horse is just jogging on into the trot at M. Coming onto this small circle. Let's see. But a very statesman-like test from Bram. Real maturity to it. Oh, look at that. The leaders, they just from that angle were perfectly in sequence. Yeah, there they are again, fallen back into it. We're going to see some pretty high marks, one would imagine, when they come up at the end of the test. The horses just look as light as feathers. They must be lovely in his hand. There's no resistance. Miss Wheeler's doing particularly well in that movement. That was seamless from them. Oh, look at them, leg sequence in. Just perfectly together on that turn. Yeah, and the Wheelers. This is a masterclass for those of you watching. And on the centre line. Now, how's his rein back going to be? Yeah, just a little bit of dodging from the lighter bay horse there, but still very, very smooth. And lovely collection there. As it says on the rules, moving energetically forward, but with a greater degree of engagement, increased flexion of the hocks and fetlocks, raising up the forehand, allowing for more mobility and elevation of the strides. Neck will be raised and arched, poll at the highest point, but making sure the nose does not come behind the vertical. Able to keep those buckles in his hand. That's a nice position to be in because you're just not losing the definition on the reins. When the hand falls behind the buckle, you've just got it in front of you. So Bram, with those long arms, is able just to retain that contact, which is really helping with the accuracy of his movements on these free walks. Back in, and we're nearly at the end of what has been an absolutely sublime test from the reigning European four-in-hand champion, Bram Chardon. Very much looking forward to seeing where these marks are. No doubt the family are watching on. And as Bram said beforehand, it doesn't matter whether he or his father wins, but they have trained themselves. The goal is gold. Oh, just so light on their feet. Beautiful. Wow, what a test. Bram Chardon with Freddy General, Idol and Juventus. What cool customers they are. Naturally, a very big cheer. My door has just blown open to see a lot of orange t-shirts all around the arena. Big crowd there, and Dad Ijsbrand walking down with a fist pump. Oh, big smile, double fist pump from Dad. He's just walked underneath the camera. I'm not sure if we can pan round to see him, but oh, he's just delighted. Ijsbrand, well done. Stepping into the arena. Probably just going to the head of Bram's horses as they come for their wheel width check. And a big hug. That must be from one of the girls. Yes, he's gone sub 40. Why wouldn't he with a test like that? 39.52. 3 of the judges had him in first place, 2 in second. But just listen to the cheers here from the Dutch crowd and just seeing the reaction of his very proud father. And we've got some 10s. Wow. For 23 from Herman van der Bosch, 2 10s for those last 2 collective marks, and a 10 from Anne-Marie Turbe for the overall impression. Started off with 7s and 6s to 6.5s, but those marks just crept up, and there we see Bram coming round. He's absolutely set his stall. There we go, Dad going up to him. Emotional scenes here in Exloo. Where best to put in one of the best tests of your life, but here in front of the home crowd. Just brilliant. That's the Hungarian chef just going up and congratulating them. Everybody is aware that they've just seen an absolutely superb test. So 193, top mark from Herman van der Bosch, 174, so quite a gap in the marks, 172, 21 between the marks. Stefan and Klaus not awarding quite such high marks across the board, but really and truly on balance, a superb test from Bram. 39.52, he's broken the 40 mark and puts himself very much into gold medal contention going into the marathon tomorrow. A superb one from Bram, but he is aware he's got Marijke Harm coming behind him and his father, who is on the form of his life. So he's done all he can for the moment. But now for Hungary, a member of the team. You'll see the star next to his name, which denotes he is part of the team. Janos Pap, with his wonderful Hungarian Nonius horses. They are mares being driven together, and really interesting Hungarian breed, and lovely to see his grooms there with their long tassels on the hats. It's a little bit of a breeze getting up here in Exloo, but gosh, really exciting atmosphere, febrile here after Bram's fantastic test. But the history of these non-use horses, there was a bit of subterfuge. It was all to do with, I think there was a stolen stallion back in it. I'm just getting down my notes for this, but Mesohegius is where they are based. Knows the breed name to its foundation sire, who was called Nonius Senior. He was born in Calvados in Normandy in France in 1810. He was out of a sire called Orion. And sources unsure about his bloodlines, but it's thought that he was either a thoroughbred or a Norfolk trotter, so some British blood going back through the generations, or a combination of the two, out of a Norman mare. So it was actually an Anglo-Norman horse was the foundation stallion for this. But this is wonderful. He was captured, the stallion was captured from the French stud at Rosières-aux-Salines during the Napoleonic Wars, and he was brought to Hungary in 1816. But even as a foal, he was considered ugly. Now, it's not a term we would associate with these beautiful horses. At maturity, the light-based stallion stood at about 16.3. It could be that some of these conformational traits have been sort of a bit fictional, but it's hard to know. He was said to have had a plain head without special beauty, but its beauty is obviously subjective, or objective, depending on whether you're looking at yourself or at somebody else. But it was not until his offspring began to show that they were not so as unfortunate as their sire. And so his mates were some of the fashionable daughters of Spanish Neapolitan stallions, descended from Arabian and Hungarian stock. So the Prince of Lobkowitz in 1854, when he became head of this area, stressed the importance of fixing the type. So he wanted to preserve the good characteristics of this horse. So some careful line breeding through the season meant that we have now sort of fairly fixed on this lovely dark type, lovely deep shoulders. Some more Arabian and thoroughbred stallions came into the lines. And at the start of the 20th century, the quality and modest appearance of the non-use horses won the breed the title of an ideal horse in Paris. Obviously, they had an eye back to the original French bloodlines. They had been used as military horses, but depredations of war damaged the breed, as we've seen with the Kladrubas and the Lipizzaners. Only about 50 mares left, but under the communist regime, horse riding and ownership wasn't encouraged. So up until 1961, again, some of the horses went for meat. Then, with the advent in the 1970s of combined driving, where we find ourselves now in Exloo in the 21st century, with the Hungarians leading the way, it really encouraged the use of these horses again as a popular sport horse. In 1989, the Non-Use Breeders Association was formed to protect these purebreds, and UNESCO in 1999, and it's delighted, turned their attention onto the Horto-Baggy Natural Park, and it became part of their World Heritage List. And the State Farm Estate of Mesohegies was added to the UNESCO list. Today, we reckon there are about 450 mares and 18 stallions. Largest population to be found in Hungary, but there are other herds in Romania, Bulgaria, and parts of Serbia, used nowadays mainly in driving. And here we see them with Janos Pap performing their dressage test in Exloo. Oh, just slightly exuberant, overshooting the centre line there. For the rein back. Janos, who has also driven in pony pairs, but this year has been out at some fairly local events with the horses, also at the World Championships last year. Supported at the event by Josef, Carmen and Martin. Currently ranked in the world number 28. So just coming up on my screen has been a slight adjustment, as sometimes happens to Dries de Greek's mark. So he is now on 51.04, so not level pegging with Mikael Brockler anymore. But, we saw that actually happen with Michael's mark yesterday, because he was on 51 and then he went down to 50. So as often happens when the maths are formally done and ratified. So currently Bram Chardon out in front on 39.52. Anna Sandman, lovely test from her, 42.5 out. Michael Brockler, 50.91, and Dries de Greek, 51.04. So just a slight adjustment on his mark, confirming that, which pops Cousterond into with his 52.91 into fifth, and Benjamin Ayo from France in sixth. And just slightly behind him, Jérôme Voutaz in seventh. But those are our big names, as we would expect, heading up the leaderboard. So pretty much true to form, but a lovely test there from Bram. But Janos Pap, with his wonderful heritage, Nonius mares, part of the Hungarian team. And how dearly would these Hungarians like to be medaling again at the European Championships? Absolutely unassailable for years, when they first hosted the European Championships in 1971 in Budapest, just as the sport was being formed and the rules, the ink was barely dry on the page. 16 drivers from 7 nations they had then. And 1, 2, 3, Imre Aboni was first gold, Sandor Fulop was in silver, and Josef Pap was in bronze medal position. But back to business today, 61.57 puts him currently into 12th. How were our judges on that? Very unified. We have 2 with the same score, 145.5 at P and S. V only a shade ahead, 146.5, C 151, and R 150.5. So pretty much uniform across the board. 6s, odd 4s. What was that for number 3? Extended trot. You just tend to get these with the Heritage Breeds. They don't have that same extravagance of pace and ground covering, should we say, but up to an 8 for the final movements. Number 21, the free walk, much improved in Herman van der Bosch's eyes, and good collectives at the end for overall impression. A 9 from Klaus Christ, 8.5 from Stefan and Marie, 8, Joachim 8, and Herman was 7.5. So good collectives at the end, 7.5s up to 9. But the judges pretty united on their scores across the board for that. Janos Pap for Hungary. And rounding off before we have a break for an hour or so for lunch, another one of very strong Dutch squad, Anthony ter Hamsel. He is here as an individual for the home nation. one of the younger drivers, age 33. He was 32nd in Protoni, has been on a medal-winning pair team in Kronenberg. He was in bronze for the World Championships and silver in Dressage. So far this year, he's been 15th at Beekbergen, 18th at Kronenberg, and 4th here in Exloo when we had the event earlier on in the year. His father, Herman, was also a team driver, and Anthony has driven, as we know, as pairs switched to teams a couple of years ago. So all geldings, and the team largely unchanged from the one he had at the World Championships, ranging in age from 8 to 19. So he's got some veteran horses. So if we got Adios K is 18, Foppe is 13, Cornuit is 8, and Zardonis is 19. So rounding off this morning's proceedings, and still lots of orange t-shirts as I look out of my box across this wonderful sand arena. And I'm delighted that the forecasters have got it completely wrong. We were due to have some sort of thundery and lightning showers, so we've all come in equipped with hats and coats, but we'd rather that they got it wrong and we didn't have to use them. Might have a bit of rain overnight, which will be no bad thing before the marathon, and then tomorrow it will be action-packed with our marathon, and the organisers here at Exloo really hoping for some big crowds. But anyone you see there wearing those orange top t-shirts probably will be part of a big Dutch crowd, whether they're on the support team for the drivers or the national team, or just here supporting their home nation. Famously vocal they will be as their drivers go through the obstacles tomorrow. But in the meantime, for Holland, wearing his orange tie, Anthony ter Hamsel. So we had 10 years of European Championships, 1971 in Budapest, 73 in Windsor in the United Kingdom, and that was when the great Auguste Dubé took gold with Robert Dudin, also from Switzerland, in reserve. Although Auguste Dubé did win by some margin, although the scoring was very different from the sort of scoring now. I mean, these guys were ending on 50, and when Imre Aboui won in Hungary, he had a score of 13, but we've changed the scoring system considerably since those early days. And in 1975, Sopot in Poland, 31 drivers from 9 nations, so the sport was really catching on by the mid-70s. Imre won again. Jorgi Bardos, the great Jorgi Bardos, won in went on to win 3 European titles, but he was silver in 1975. And Ferenc Muti, also Hungarian, so clean sweep for them. In 1977, Donaueschingen in Germany, 32 drivers from 10 nations. Jorgi Bardos won there, and one of the first medals for the great Dutchman, who was really the forefather of this dominant Dutch team that we have, Nitij Velstra. Great Velstra, who went on to become world champion from the Netherlands. He was silver in 1977. Emil Bernard Young, he was also in the mix. Incredible to see the low scores next to them. So obviously until 1979, Jorgi Bardos won again. Another Hungarian, Mil Ali Balint, won the silver. Polish driver, with a jolly long name, won the bronze. Jorgi again in 1981. Second, the great George Bowman, whose name has come up on several occasions. Polish driver Władysław Adamski, something like that, won in third. So the Polish drivers very much figured in those early days. And then we had this 30-year hiatus for the European Championships, and they were relaunched here in Holland in Breda in 2011, and that's when IJsbrown Chardon, who we have just seen so proudly watching his son Bram put in a great test, he won his first European gold individually. in 2011. Joseph Dobrowitz, who is also here in Exloo, he took silver, and Kusterond took bronze. For the Netherlands in 2013, that was in Izak in Hungary. 34 drivers from 10 nations, and Theo Timmerman won for the Netherlands. Thomas Eriksson for Sweden was in silver, and Zoltan Zar, great character from Hungary, took the bronze. Mikael Brokler, who is currently sitting in bronze position, he took the European title in 2015 on home soil in Aachen. Only just, gosh, by the narrowest margins. His score was 162.16, just pipping Eisbrand, who was on 162.37. Nothing between them. Kuss took bronze again. He was on 170. Bit of a margin. In Gothenburg, 2017, Eisbrand righted the balance and won ahead of Edouard Simonet, who was on 151, very tight. And Christoph Sandman, he medalled then. We've just seen his daughter Anna driving, and he took bronze for Germany. Bram won his first gold in Germany in Donaueschingen in 2019. 41 drivers from 12 nations. Benjamin took silver, and Glenn Geertz, who we will see later on today, won his first European medal. For Belgium as an individual, he was bronze. And then 2 years ago in Budapest, back where this championship started, Bram took gold from his father, but keeping it in the family, they don't mind who gets what as long as one of them gets it. And Bram took gold, Eisbrand in silver, Michael Brokler in bronze position that day. But in terms of the teams, interestingly, the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, that's what's against them because it was before. It's interesting in terms of European politics, geopolitics, before Germany became one big nation. So FRG denotes that it was the Federal Republic of Germany. A certain Freund was in there. So Hungarians won the gold. In 1971, the Swiss. In 73, Hungarians back again. In 75, they won in 77, 79, and 81. And then started the dominance of the Dutch from Breda. They won team gold, apart from when Germany on home soil in 2019 with Anna Sandman, Jörg von Steen, and Michael Brokler, they took the gold. So, all to play for. History being made before us as Anthony ter Harmsel rounds off the second of our 4 sessions of dressage in Exloo. Offside. Wheeler just having a good look at the crowd. Maybe he's striking a pose for some of the photographers who are down there. Just trying to keep them in the walk, but they're into sell and they go. That's it. Get everyone back into the hand for this collection around the corner before the final sweep up the center line. Noses on D, and that's it. We want an extension. Just about all our drivers, athletes, turnouts have scored well on this final movement. Maybe everybody's just relieved to finally be here and that it's all gone well. But some of the highest scores for this final extension. There we go. Job done for Anthony ter Harmsel, an individual for the Netherlands. So we will bring you his mark before we have a lunchtime break. Wherever you are in the world, we do hope you have enjoyed the coverage of the second day of dressage at Exloo. Yesterday, we had a day that was very much devoted to our para drivers and equestrians, and that was when Tracy Bowman, who is our defending Grade 1 world champion, set down her gauntlet to retain her title. Don't forget, she is trained by Bram Chardon, who is currently lying in first place in the four-in-hand competition. Patricia Grossrichter from Germany, she went into second in Grade 1, 49.36, and Chrissy Aitken did so well on her debut from Ohio and put down a score of 52.56. Alexander Roder, also on the German team for the Grade 2, 48.96, good score from her, quite some distance ahead of Yvonne Hellenbrand, who competes as an individual for Germany. She's in second place at the moment, and for the Dutch team, Ingmar Venman. So individual placings there we have for our para athletes. They are at the moment finalising their routes. They all have a day off today, but there is no rest whilst they sort out their routes for the 6 obstacles they will be driving tomorrow. So into 11th place, just dipping into the 60s for Anthony Terhamsel. How did our judges feel? Yeah, pretty much united on that one, for 7 up to 152, so only 5 between them, and the judges very much in alignment. One of the movements that seemed to have let him down, number 21, was the free walk. He was even given 2 3s on that, but picked up again for those final collective scores. 9, 9, 8.5, 9 and 8. So nice set of scores for him to end on, but back to the drawing board on his free walks. Yes, number 11 didn't score well either, for 4.5, except for Herman, who gave him 7.5. But quite interesting just to see the breakdown of the score. And then just 25 of our 38 athletes in the four-in-hand have gone so far. We've got 2 more sessions this afternoon, but at the moment, Bram Chardon came to this event with every intention of defending his title and winning another individual and team gold, and it looks like he's on track with 39.52, but knocking on the door are the Germans. Anna Sandman 42.58, and from yesterday afternoon Michael Brockler on 50.91. But we've got some very big names to come to you this afternoon, but in the meantime, a break for an hour or so from Hippische Centrum in Exloo, and we will be back with René Posingen from Germany, 2 o'clock local time. So wherever you are in the world, the tractors are coming out. Look at our athletes out there walking the obstacles 1 and 2 in the arena, and the crowds dispersing to go and find some lunch, as we are from the commentary and camera team, and we will be back in about just under an hour. Take care.
Ja, dames en heren, wij arrangeren op dit Europees kampioenschap en WK Mennen. Om 2 uur gaan we weer door met de dressuur, met de 4 spannen hier op het mooie centrum Exloo. U ziet de aanspanning van Joris Lauda hier op het terrein. Net ook met een prachtig 4-span. En wij verwelkomen de burgemeester Jan Sutton. Maar ook de wethouders Ankie van Toren en Jeroen Hartzaker. Organisatie waardeert alle medewerking die er is vanuit de gemeente, maar ook vanuit de provincie. Prachtige gemeente, veel paarden hier in de provincie Drenthe trouwens ook, met veel ruimtepaden. Uniek om hier met paard en pony actief te zijn. Morgen onze burgemeester hier vanmiddag aanwezig is, hebben we nog in de toekomst ook heel veel evenementen hier te verwachten in de gemeente. Zodat is de burgemeester ons ons meer vertellen over de Nationale Sportweek. En kijken alvast vooruit naar het EK wielrennen. Dat vindt hier plaats. Joris Lauda, jonge menner, is al zeer actief bij de ponies. Ik heb een prachtig 4-span meegenomen om de burgemeester en de wethouders hier binnen te leiden. In de pauze van dit Europese kampioenschap. De binnenkomst van onze wethouders en de burgemeester. Dus het mooie 4-span hier van Joris Lauda. Joris, super dat je dat even wil doen. Dames en heren, zijn de komende weken allerlei activiteiten en daar wil de burgemeester graag iets over zeggen. Het woord aan onze burgemeester Jan Sutton.
Ja, goedemiddag, dankjewel. Het gaat over de Nationale Sportweek. Maar eerst even over dit evenement, want het is weer prachtig dat dit hier in Exloo kan, een WK en een EK. Welke gemeente zou dit hebben? Topsport hier in Exloo, we zijn er vreselijk trots op. En dank aan de organisatie, de vrijwilligers en de sponsoren die dit allemaal mogelijk hebben gemaakt. Dan over de Nationale Sportweek. Gemeente Borger is samen met Aanense host city van de Nationale Sportweek 2023. En dat gebeurt onder het motto een leven lang bewegen. De bedoeling van deze sportweek is dat we steeds meer mensen uitnodigen en uitdagen om aan het sporten te gaan. Ook degenen die dat nu nog niet doen. Oud of jong, man of vrouw, met welke beperking dan ook. Iedereen moet mee kunnen doen, net zoals hier. Vandaar dat wij dat van harte ondersteunen, de Nationale Sportweek van 15 tot en met 24 september hier in Borger en Aanense. Maar er is meer.
En dat klopt helemaal. Ook vanuit mij als wethouder sport, eerst nog een compliment aan de organisatie van dit grote evenement. Naast dat het een EK is, is het ook een WK en dat op het gebied van aangepast sporten. En dat draagt wij als gemeente ontzettend warm hart toe.
Dank u wel, wethouders en burgemeester. Ik zou zeggen, neem nog even plaats in het mooie rijtuig. En dan gaan we nog even, zoals we dat ook bij de sport doen, even een ereronde daar aan vastknopen. Dan zullen we straks op het scherm nog even beelden laten zien, dames en heren, van de Nationale Sportweek van 15 tot en met 24 september en het EK wielrennen. Mooie activiteiten binnen deze gemeente, de burgemeester, de wethouders zitten weer. En ik zou zeggen, zetten we mooie muziek achter als we voorbij komen. Geef ze zodanig een fijn applaus mee. Mooi dat het gemeentebestuur achter het evenement staat. Het EK en WK rennen op het Hippie-centrum in Exloo. Muziek. Dames en heren, als we voorbij komen, even die handen op elkaar. We klappen even mee op de maat van de muziek voor de burgemeester en de wethouders. Burgemeester Jan Suttel, de wethouders Ankie van Dongen en Jeroen Heitzaker. En voor de 6 meter, 2 al in de galop, hier bedachte door de baan. Hele mooie aanstalling, super dat iedereen erbij was. Bedankt jongens, Magda. Ze willen wel voorwaarts. Kijk, daar gaan ze. Full speed. Veel activiteiten. Dit weekend het EK WK rennen, volgende week de internationale springsport en dan de Nationale Sportweek van 15 tot en met 24 september en het EK wielrennen vanaf de 20 september. We gaan nog heel even pauzeren, dames en heren, om 2 uur. Dan beginnen we weer aan het onderdeel dressuur bij de vierspanning. Maar dan de shuttle aan de leiding is gekomen na het eerste onderdeel. We hadden vandaag dus 26 deelnemers op de startlijn staan. De helft is gestart. Gisteren zijn er 12 gestart in het EK. Er is daar ook de paramenners de dressuuronderdelen laten zien in hun wereldkampioenschap. Nu even pauze. We starting at 2 o'clock. We lanceren nog een pauze tot 2 uur. Dan vervolgen we met het FEI Driving European Championship for Foreign and Horses. De Europese kampioenschap 4 spannen onderdeel dressuur gisteren begonnen. Gisteren zijn trouwens gestart met het FEI Driving World Championship for Singles hier in Exloo. Die hebben een wereldkampioenschap gisteren al in de dressuurgroep gereden. In grade 1 en in grade 2. Vandaag nog 2 groepen, 4 spannen. Laatste start is er vanmiddag 5:10. En vanavond in de VIP, in de buurt van de VIP in de tent bij het restaurant, de prijsuitreiking, prijsgeving ceremony. In the neighborhood of the restaurant this evening at 8:30. Karen and June Scott Barrett are delighted to support the FEI Driving European Championship for Foreign and Horses and the FEI Para Driving World Championship for Singles Exloo 2023. This championship is supported by provincie, de regionatieschap, de VLF Schoolkunst, Louter Logistics, STN en Sama, Kalimawars, Rolwagenhuurbedrijf, Wolken, Loon- en Hoogverzetbedrijf en de Vele Hoeven. Eerprijzen, prijzen in kaart are offered by Agradi, Bakkerij Bart, Zegelheuvel, Rijtuigen, de Demarij, Peter Czerneski, Primaval, Ruitersport Veendam, Snijderswachten en Voermeesters. Internationale juryleden gaan de positie weer innemen. Ik heb zo'n aantal maanden aan u voorgesteld. De voorzitter van de jury bij C uit Duitsland, Klaus Christ. Bij R uit Polen, Stefan Brzezinski. Bij S uit Frankrijk, Annemarie de B. Bij V uit Spanje, Joaquin Medina. En bij P uit Nederland, Herman van den Bos. Assistenten bij C zijn mevrouw Chris en Henk Keuring doet aan de computer. Bij R Aartje Hamming en Gerrit Hamming. Bij S Brenda Kaptein Julie Sterkens. Bij V Rennie Hans en Geraldine Stuivenberg. En bij P Helen Schmitz en Annelie de Wand. We denken op tot nu toe allemaal prima. Scores komen direct binnen. Supersysteem vandaan. Zodat wij in de keer snel de uitslag kunnen geven. In de lead so far, Anna Shadow, wonderful score 39.52. Second, Anna Zalman from Germany, 42.58. Third, Michael Lavre from Germany, 50.91. At the fourth position from Belgium, Dries Lichting, result 51.04. And fifth from the Netherlands goes to London, a result of 52.91. We liggen allemaal dicht bij elkaar. Maar we hebben nog een mooi deel gesteld te gaan vanmiddag hier bij onderdeel de racing. Prize giving this evening at 8:30. Morgen de marathon en komende zondag de beslissing in de coach, de waarheid. Het gaat nog boeiend worden in de komende 2 dagen hier op dit EK en WK-rennen. Waar we het wel zijn op het prachtige centrum Exloo. Onder het motto een ware beweging. Het ziet er geweldig uit. Heel veel complimenten over deelnemers van mensen die dit evenement bezoeken. Dat hadden we trouwens ook vorige week bij de KWPR kampioenschap jonge springpaarden. Deelnemers waren zeer verheugd over de ambiance hier. Alles top voor elkaar. Complimenten opgegeven van het KWPR Koninklijk Warme Paardenstand in Nederland. En volgende week dan verkeren we hier nog 4 dagen voor internationale springsport. Het wordt mooier en mooier op het Hippiecentrum Exloo. FEI Driving European Championship for 4-in-hand horses. Next to go in Impulsion for Germany. 43-jarige winnaar loopt in de buurt van Aken die binnen in Impulsion is Suriname. Met de koers Nika Urbanova and Jane Richards.
Good afternoon, wherever in the world you have tuned in from. We are starting our afternoon session here in Exloo at the Hippische Centrum. We are well underway with our FEI Driving Championship for 4-in-hand and Para Driving for singles here at Exloo 2023. And entering the arena at A, we have competitor number 18, driving as an individual for Germany, René Pontgen. Our 5 judges who've been working hard over the last 2 days. Klaus Kreist, he is the president of the jury sitting at C. He's here for representing Germany. At R, Stefan Kazicki from Poland. At S, Anne-Marie Turbe from France. V, Joaquin Medina from Spain. And at P, Herman van der Bosch from the Netherlands. They are the judges awarding the marks in this senior 4-in-hand dressage test in the arena, which is 100 metres long by 40 metres wide, which does have a bearing on some of the sizes of the movements. And it was really interesting being here yesterday, watching the arena being extended from the 80-metre length that we had for the para equestrians who were driving single horses and ponies, because we actually had to physically have the judges' boxes moved because the distances between the letters naturally changed. It was all extended. So a little bit of behind the scenes when the cameras aren't on. There's lots going on. This wonderful arena here in Exloo is proving to be brilliant going for these horses, whether they're driving as singles or as in the 4-in-hands. So far, we've had some cracking tests, and Dutch champion, current European champion, gold medalist on many occasions, Bram Chardon, carrying the weight of expectation of the home nation on his shoulders, put in the most wonderful dressage test, one of the best of his career, to score 39.52. It was absolutely sublime. If you didn't watch it earlier on live, please don't go back and watch it again. It was an absolute masterclass in calm, elasticity, you name it, it was all there. In second place, a really good test from Anna Sandman, back on the national team. She scored 42.58. And our overnight leader yesterday afternoon, Michael Brockler for Germany, also on the team. That star denotes if they're on a team or not. If you look at the running order, he was on 50.91. Earlier on today for Belgium, Dries de Griek, he scored 51.04 to put himself currently into 4th place. In 5th, he was second overnight. Koos de Ronde, also on the Dutch team, 52.91. So tight between all these marathon specialists. Mika, Dries and Koos will all do very, very well on the marathon. So not much between these speed merchants, just 2 points. In 6th, currently, Benjamin Ayoud. He's currently over helping train his teammate, Anthony Orde, in preparation for his test this afternoon. And in 7th, a jolly good test by Jerome Voutaz, only just 0.6 behind Benjamin. And Jerome is somebody who also puts in a great showing on the marathon, one of our mainstays of the FEI World Cup circuit at the moment. That means that the Netherlands, as we would expect, are in front, but only just in terms of the team. They've had 2 of the 3 athletes go, so they are currently on 92.43. That's combining Bram and Koos' dressage scores, but we do have the great IJsbrand Chardon, who will be driving towards the end of the test today. And for Germany, combining Anna and Mikael's scores, they are on 93.49. So incredibly close between these two nations. But we still have Marijke Harm, who does a very, very good dressage test. She's coming later, and she could well upset the top order. France currently in 4th. 2 athletes should be, just Belgium next. Just missing that total off my screen. And in 4th, France, 118.67. Czech with the Nevershells, 124.52. Then Hungary. So those are the team updates at the moment. Belgium in there as well. all our para equestrian athletes were on show yesterday for the dressage. They are out once again going through these obstacles, and the sun has put in an appearance. My goodness, doesn't it just lift everything? We've had a slightly overcast morning, but none of the predicted rain has come, nor the lightning, which we have to offer thanks for to whomever is listening. But René, driving as an individual for Germany, currently underway with his dressage test. He will be followed by, for the Netherlands, Mark Westhoff, and then the only British four-in-hand driver here, although we do have a very strong squad for Great Britain in the paras. But Daniel Naprus will be driving, followed by veteran German driver Georg von Steen. He was on the team in Bretone. Luca Casatana, he's the only Italian four-in-hand driver. And then for the Swedish team, Fredrik Persson, and for Austria, Daniel Schneider. So that's the running order on this third batch of tests here in Exloo. Then big names: Glenn Gertz, Radek Neveschel, Marijke Harm, Anthony Hood, IJsbrand, Chardon, and rounding off the day for Hungary, Josef Dobrowitz. But if you've been watching over the last 2 days, you probably know the movements of this dressage test very well yourself, and which are the bogey points. I'd say the rein back, those pesky free walks on a long rein, particularly the one where you're starting right on the centre line, going off into a walk and making sure those horses don't step sideways. Both Anna and Brown made a really good job of that movement. And lots of collected two extension trots, a couple of one-handed movements as well. The small 15-metre circle up at sea. So plenty to test our athletes and their horses, but they've all qualified. The qualification process started in January last year, so they would all be more senior athletes on the four-in-hand circuit. They must obtain the 3-star status, and they need a qualifying set of results at 2 different international events whereby they have achieved a score of 70 points or less in the dressage, and they have successfully completed without elimination, disqualification or retirement in all 3 phases of the competition. One of the qualifying results as defined above must be achieved no earlier than the 1st of January 2023, so they can have one result from last year if they didn't have a very busy season, and one from this year. But most of our drivers have been out prepping themselves for this major championship, which started in Hungary in 1971, ran for 10 years, every 2 years until 81, 30-year break, and then was relaunched in 2011 here in the Netherlands in Breda. And also we have running over the weekend the wonderful hand-in-hand trophy, which is presented by the FEI to a pairing of one of the four-in-hand drivers and one of the para-athletes. So we have the full pairing is announced, and the one to probably watch, if current results are anything to go by, will be defending gold medalist for the Grade 1s. That is Tracy Bowman, who is trained by Bram Chardon, and Bram Chardon himself. They've been paired together for this hand-in-hand trophy. 19 pairs of athletes, some from the same nations, some from different nations, and it's a really great scheme. Started in 2006 in the dressage and was introduced in 2010 in driving. So, René Posgen with Fax 53, Harold, Havana, Almere and Cadence. They are warm bloods, Dutch warm bloods, the breed of choice for many of our four-in-hand competitors. Fax 53 is a stallion. Harold and Havana are geldings. Cadence is also a gelding and listed, who's here as a spare. She's not currently going to be used for anything, is Kesley Wish. So a good result for René. That is 57.04, so halfway up the 50s for him, which currently puts him into 8th. Now, where were our judges on that? They went at Saint-Marie from 151 to 156.5, so pretty united, just 5.5 difference between their averages. Looking down my screen that I have the advantage of looking at here, shows all the 5 judges and their marks over the 24 sections. 22 of those are the different movements, and then number 23 is for the athlete, and that is a score that is given for their accuracy and all sorts of things: use of aids, handling of reins and whip, position on the box, which is the seat, accuracy of figures and transitions. The mark must reflect the consistent level of accuracy and the quality of the transition, so that's about how responsive the horses are to the aids. And number 24, which collectively for just about all the four-in-hand athletes has been really good, and another good set here for René, the 9, 9.5, 9, 9 and 8. And that is for the general impression presentation, so appearance of everybody, correctness, cleanliness, harmonising of the harness and carriage, just making sure everything works together, and the harmony of the whole turnout. So that is one where just about everybody has gained some marks. Trotting past the commentators, quite small box, is Mark Westhoff, who's driving as an individual for the Netherlands, being a long-term driver for this proud nation in driving. He too also has some Dutch horses. There's a Dutch Hackney, and the sire of the dam, for those of you that follow these things, was actually a Hurstwood horse, Hurstwood Sebastian. And that was the great Hurstwood stud, which was run for years by Frank and Cynthia Hayden, and they too were very important figures in the early days of combined driving, when it was being set up as a sport internationally. The rules were being ratified, lots of meetings at their place in the Cotswolds with Prince Philip, people like Bernard Mills and the late great Jack Pemberton, who was a former chairman of the FEI's driving committee, who passed away last year, just shy of his 100th birthday, lived in Toronto. But Jack was a towering figure as well in driving in more ways than one. But Mark Westhoff driving a mixture of, well, the ones he's using for the dressage. Yeah, the Hackney will come into play for the marathon and cones, looking at the sheets here. But here's Dutch Warm Bloods, Dorian Fortuna, Ferdinand S. First One, and Kensington Bow. So they range in age from 8 to 15. So mixed experience. He was 16th at Big Bergen not so long ago. Great trial event ahead of the European Championships. He's been on a Dutch Gold team before, and that was in 2008. And he was on the gold medal winning team at the World Equestrian Games in Jerez in 2002. So very experienced competitor. He's a technical designer, used to groom for his father Theo, and started driving four-in-hand himself in 1995. Supporting him on the ground and as grooms on the carriage today, Lisa Arnick and Marijke Westhoff, and Edwin Westhoff will be joining for the marathon. When we see the grooms doing an awful lot more, they're sitting there very neatly, and although their appearance and conduct does play some part in the overall impression mark, they're not required to do too much at this stage, although undoubtedly they've been working very hard in the background, scrubbing these greys, plaiting the horses, cleaning the harness, making sure nothing has been forgotten. And here, wearing neat, what we call half toppers, a bit like dressage toppers. Before, all the dressage riders had to wear the hard hats that they do now. We used to see them in their top hats for many years, and quite often would wear these slightly shorter toppers, but we do still see the top hat being used an awful lot in driving. There is some debate as to whether the hard hats should be introduced for the dressage phase as well. A lot of what we see in driving has its roots in the traditions of the sport, where miles before vehicles had things like disc brakes, that were foot operated. Back in the day, they all had to be operated by the handbrake. A little bit of a nod to the past is the fact that the lamps are still carried. You've got the pair of lamps on either side and the rear lamp, and that's very much a nod to tradition. They will only be on the carriage for these slightly smarter phases. Certainly don't need to be on it for dressage, for the marathon rather, but just about everybody will have a different marathon carriage. Interestingly, when the drivers are on the carriage sitting on what we call the box, which is the technical term for the seat, they are sitting to one side. So you sit, well, you get up on the right-hand side of the carriage. It all depends which way you're looking at it, but for the purposes of argument, we'll call it the right-hand side. But when they are using their marathon carriages, they're sitting right in the middle. Now, what this does, and if you are interested in the technical side of rain handling, do go back and read all about Achenbach, was one of the best sources for his methods of rain handling and how you set up your reins, is in Max Pape's book, which actually Annie Weber, who used to be Frank and Cynthia Hayden's secretary back in the day, she was one of the main translators of that book, and certainly Prince Philip used it as a Bible for his days in driving. So Enno Achenbach, who was the German sort of master of rein handling and how to get horses working well together, and he has some quite interesting drawings in his book talking about the different position for your coupling reins, whether you're sitting to one side of the horses, you're not sitting centrally, you're actually sitting behind the right-hand horses, as opposed to when you're sitting in the middle and you're sitting above the pole. And that really does, at this level, everybody will adjust their reins in order to change that. You're not just going to set your coupling reins in the middle and hope that it's going to go for the best. There will be adjustment to allow for the different position in the dressage because of the angle that the reins are coming up into your hand. So there's a greater angle coming up on the left-hand side than there is on the right, which is pretty much a straight line from the outside of the horse's mouth to the right hand. So that's getting a little bit more technical for you. Less so now the drivers drive with a set of reins in each hand. Certainly when Achenbach was writing his treatises on rein handling and the sport was in its infancy, everybody was coming out driving coachman style with all four of those reins going into the left hand with the right hand sitting in front, what we call coachman style. But nowadays, with it being absolutely accepted that you drive with buckles in the reins, linking them, lots of reasons, just makes it so much easier to pick up those loops. You're not going to drop a rein when you've got a handful of reins and they're not buckled together. It can be quite easy. The rein that often slips out of the hand is the near side wheeler, because that is the rein, if you're holding them absolutely correctly, that sits underneath the offside leader's rein. So you have them in sequence coming into your hand. Left front rein, so that's near side leader, and then between, so that comes over the first finger, and then you have in the next gap down your hand the right hand leader, and underneath that you have your left wheeler, and then are sitting on top of the ring finger. Depending on how you drive them, you can drive full hand with the rein in each gap in the fingers, but correctly doing it, you then have the right hand wheeler underneath. And so this gives you a way with these buckles of setting up your reins as you want them. Probably need constant adjustment in the training, but your median point will be probably when your horses are in working trot, and that's when you want to be sitting upright, the weight going down through your feet just to stabilize you. Some of our drivers, actually yesterday, one of them was sitting pretty much upright, one of the Hungarians on the box. Slight bend in the knee there from Mark, and just have a look closely in front of his feet. You'll see the brake pedals there, just operating front and back brakes. We'll talk a lot more tomorrow about the delayed steering system and perhaps a turntable brake that you have on the marathon carriages. They're much more technically advanced. This is a bit like a hunting type phaeton, if you want to base it on what a traditional vehicle will be called. Just a neat little slot there for the grooms to climb in and out at the back, step directly underneath that gap, and they're sitting either side, which does balance the vehicle quite well. But Mark sitting there very much on the right-hand side, if you're looking at the vehicle from the back. No point of the equipment should be wider than the wheels, apart from the hubcaps. That is the ruling. Okay, for argument's sake, the mudguards at the back probably sit above them, but things like the spreader bar at the end of the pole that the leaders are attached to, that must not be wider, but it also mustn't be too narrow so the traces aren't too tight down across the horse's back legs. So, home crowd very appreciative there of Mark Westhoff, who is driving as an individual for the Netherlands with his team of warm bloods. Been on several Dutch teams over the years. Currently ranked 38 in the world standings. So putting himself with 61.17 into 13th place currently. Oh my goodness, one of the judges at P, Herman van der Bosch, had him in 7th, whereas at V, Joachim Medea had him in 24th. Gosh, that's quite a broad gap there. Probably the broadest we've seen from 7th to 24th in terms of how the judges place them. Just see Mark coming in there for this all-important wheel width check. 138 centimetres is supposed to be the width. That is the minimum width. Really important when it comes to the cones competition, but we'll go through that on Sunday. Across the board, pretty much 6s and 7s all the way through from Herman at P. He really liked that test, whereas above him on my list at V, Joachim Medina, not so impressed, 5s and 6s, the odd 4, but those lovely collective marks at the end, 9, 8.5, 8.59 and 8.5. That's the overall impression of the whole turnout. Once upon a time, there was a separate presentation. Mark and a lot of the drivers used to get fed up with the Brits because they always won, particularly Prince Philip, because he had a great team behind him from the Royal Mews that used to polish all the lovely leather and brass harness for him. And because we have in the UK such a great tradition of showing and show driving, something top show turnout is something that comes second nature to most people who have certainly who started out in driving. Turnout was very important, so presentation was actually a different section altogether. So you would be judged on your presentation. Then as the years went on, it was absorbed into this overall impression mark. But some judges, back in the day when I was driving as a kid, they used to get out a white handkerchief and run it down under the plaits or mane of your horse and just make sure nothing came up. That they would have a very close, good 10-15 minute examination of the cleanliness of your harness. And it was no bad thing. It just meant that you were totally on top of the stitching, making sure that things were clean. There's very practical reasons why everything should fit properly, and that is all about the well-being of the horse. That if the better the fit of the harness, the more comfortable it is for the horse. Just imagine what it's like wearing a pair of ill-fitting shoes. Just the same for our horses, and so we need to make sure that everything fits properly. Especially things like the positioning of the bit in the mouth, where the blinkers are not too high or too low. You don't want the horse to have vision over or under them, or if the cheek pieces are not quite tight enough, you're going to have a little bit of movement there and might have some air so the horse can see behind, which you really don't want. And making sure the throat lash is generally tighter than we would have on a ridden bridle, but just to make sure that it helps keep everything in place. And your brow band will possibly be a little bit neater than you'd have in driving. In riding, we don't tend to use those sort of drop V ones you see in a lot of the dressage now, but coming in with a flourish because he can is Great Britain's Daniel Napruis. And Daniel has got a big British fan club here with him. He's driving Bien van der Dubelsie Valencino S, YSC, Is, and Zani Polo S. So they are a mixture of the Arabo-Frisians that we've seen several of our drivers take out so far. We've had some from Poland, we've had Tom Stockman driving them from Belgium yesterday. He put down a good team score for the Belgians. So Daniel, age 45, he's from Mersley in Buckinghamshire. And you may, if you look closely, realise that Daniel, in the day job, works on films, and he's been the master of the horse for the whole of the Game of Thrones. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, which I confess to be, then Dan and the team from the Devil's Horseman base in Buckinghamshire, there they are, well done in sequence. That'll please everybody. Dan provided all the horses for that, and they are now currently, the team are working in Malta for the House of the Dragon series, which is obviously, well, it's a prequel, but it's running on the back of the success of Game of Thrones for 10 years. Dan and the team have also provided horses for Wonder Woman, and even because he's some height down, he's about 6'4", 6'5", he has doubled up as Darth Vader, which makes lots of Star Wars fans go quite weak at the knees. He's been a national British champion. Odin, who's a 14-year-old stallion, Val, an 8-year-old gelding, Ice, who's 15, gelding also, and Zanny, who's 7-year-old. He's got Edie and Emma on the carriage for the dressage and cones phases, and Roger and Frank Campbell, who themselves compete a huge amount on the international circuit. Roger has done really well with pony teams over the years, and Frank, brother Frank, very well with horse pairs. They are assisting on the marathon, so they've been walking the marathon courses with Daniel. Dan's father, Gerard, who's French, he is here supporting. Indeed, he even entered the commentator's box yesterday and offered his services, but was politely declined. Camilla, Dan's sister, works a lot on the films. She's on the production side of it all, but they have a tremendous collection of carriages, and they also provide wonderful spectacles at shows and events, length and breadth of the British Isles, with a display team of athletics and galloping horses, tumbling, vaulting, just amazing. And Dan's children are beginning to show some of the talent for horsemanship as well. So far this year, he was in Aachen and Kronenberg, where he was 15th and 9th at his home event of Royal Windsor. Been part of the British team for some years now. Dan also generally drives at the London Christmas show, the London International Show. Used to be held at Olympia, now moved to the Excel Centre near London City Airport, and he comes in as a wild card competitor for the World Cup driving. He would dearly love to be part of that circuit. It's exclusive for the top 10 sort of outdoor drivers, but Dan's lucky enough to get an invitation generally, and he sits on one of the main organising committees for that show, just on his 15-metre circle now. Tremendous horseman. If you ever get a chance to just do some searches on the internet, and particularly when Dan was providing some of the horses for a certain well-known bank in the UK, whose logo is a black horse, and very interesting to watch the training and what went on behind the scenes to get the horses to gallop with nobody on them. They just had to gallop down next to a sort of runway where they had the moving camera, and Dan gives some interviews. I'm sure if you searched it up on the internet, you'd find it, and it's really amazing in terms of training of the horses. Dan's driven and worked with many different breeds over the years, but said that in terms of driving, he's really, really enjoyed working with these Arabo Friesians. They're calm, they're very trainable, enjoy the work, and enjoy working together as a four. But a smooth test so far from the one member of the four-in-hand British contingent, but we also have a good, strong Paris squad here as well, and they'll all be cheering Dan on at the moment from the sidelines. Horses working well together. And, yep, well done. Just right on the centre line. That's what you want from the driver, trying to get the horses to come back as one. Remember, with these multiples, the four-in-hands, and the team must ensure that they are working as one unit, which is an awful lot harder than it sounds. And just opening up for the extension after that one-handed half circle. Reins back in and then forward to the second of the free walks, which has been one of the movements going through the test today that has had some of the hardest marks from the judges, making sure these horses really do open their frames. That's it, Dan's horses have stretched out their necks well, just got to make sure they don't break into a jig jog. It's much harder to align four horses walk than it is a trot. I've said throughout the dressage commentary that there's a lot you can do to enhance and train a trot, but less so a walk. So this is why you do have some of the horses just breaking into a jog there, as Dan's did with the near side leader, because you will have some horses that stride out more naturally, and just the one next to it might have a slightly shorter stride that it's just got to work a bit harder to keep up, and that's when you get sometimes them breaking into a jog. Also a little bit of tension. In all the practicing that you do at home, you can't practice for crowds and flags and machines going by. Although it's a pretty busy yard at Dan's, there's always lots going on with the big lorries coming and going as they go on and off film sets. They've been able to keep filming the House of the Dragon series despite all the strikes with the writers and the actors, but I think it's just beginning to have a bit of a knock-on effect. So much of the film industry, of which many of us are involved in driving horses, has really had to come to quite a standstill. And big smile from Dan, well done. Super test from Daniel Naprous. He should be pleased with that. Representing Great Britain. Number 14 he is. Yeah, hear the Brits shouting there. There we go, cheering on Daniel. And that is fantastic. Well done, Dan. 57.24 puts him into 9th currently. So how were our judges on that? Actually pretty much together, 149.5 at V up to 160.5 at P. So how were Dan's marks? Yeah. Herman van den Bosch at P did seem to quite like that. 7s and 6s, odd 8s, just 1 or 2 5s, but a super set of collected at the end. 9.5 from Stefan, 9.9 and 8.5 in terms of that overall impression. And Dan himself got some quite good marks, 7.8, 8.5, 7 and 8. 21 was marked quite hard, which was the free walk, and that will be definitely because just a bit of jogging going on there, break of pace. Those were some of his harder marks, and number 9 half circle. But the Campbell brothers just coming round to help Dan as he pulls in between the pink cones to be measured, but considering the competition here. I would think Dan should be extremely pleased with that set of results. It will all change. We've got quite a few extremely talented people coming next, but in the meantime, driving as an individual, one of our most experienced drivers, individual this time, but George von Steen. He is extremely experienced in terms of competing at this level. When he was 12th in Pretonia, he was also on the silver medal team. At the last World Championships, he's been on bronze and silver teams before, and as far as the European Championships are concerned, been on a gold team, 4th individually, 2019 5th, silver in Aachen, all sorts. Just really, really experienced. Been at 3 World Equestrian Games in 2010, 14 and 18, and also competed in the World Cup finals from 15, 16 and 17, and also this year been at Biekbergen, Aachen some more. 3rd at Laden and Kronenberg were his best results. Grew up on a farm and started jumping in 2005. So mixture of Dutch horses and some German breeding. So be sure to watch what promises to be a good test from George. Driving today, Darko, Jaro Del Viro, Javrivo and Playboy. Ranging in age from 9 up to 16. So we've got 2 9-year-olds, a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old in this particular configuration. Again, tall, long-legged horses who really do eat up the arena when they go forward into those extensions. It's very much their speciality. So that was the MXK opening extending trot. That's movement number 3, where the judges are looking for transition, balance and quality of steps, and that all-important lengthening of the frame. Then you come back to a collect trot KAF with a 15-meter deviation between F and B. So if you think the halfway point to the centre line is 20, so you want to be 5 metres in from, obviously, from that centre line. The whole width of the arena is 40, but this is a gentleman who's been in this position more times than most. He looks pretty relaxed. And a very, very well-matched team. Good aerial view there. HE, another extension. You just saw the quarters dropping a bit to power them forward, and this is when the judges, this is exactly what it says in the rules, a horse should lengthen its stride to cover as much ground as possible, resulting from greater impulsion from the hindquarters. The horse should remain on the bit but without leaning on it, lengthening its frame to gain the ground. Nose slightly in front of the vertical. The hind feet must clearly overtrack the footprints made by the feet in front. Ideally, and easier said than done, it should maintain the same rhythm as it does in working and in collection. Hurried strides are discouraged and results in severe faults. So that's one of the hardest things to establish, and a bit easier with these sort of naturally very athletic horses who do have this length of stride. They're able to do it. They've got long legs. They really do cover the ground. But for the shorter coupled horses, which means those horses that have slightly shorter backs, don't have that sort of length of upper hind leg that is very much a distinguishing feature of this breed. that really enables them to bend the hocks and get that hind foot quite far underneath to propel the horse forward. So this is why this particular breed and type do so very well in this phase, and they've become increasingly popular for lots of reasons. But doesn't mean they're easy, but they are very good at it. And that was a fairly good straight move off from that 8-second halt for this free walk, which they do seem to elicit some of the lower marks from our judges. And just noticing there that how encouraging his horses to open up the frames and stretch forward. George has lost the buckles in his hand, but that's fine. The horses pretty much know where they're going. Yeah, you don't want them to just come up too early into a trot. As soon as the contact's taken up again, you'll see they just quite wanted to go forward into trot. Interesting, it looks like he's got an extra loop there on, that's quite unusual. Yeah, a long loop there on the side of the hames. Have a close look if you can at home. It's not something you see every day. And it's just almost like an ear sticking out for it, and it's got the upper section, the leader reins are going through, and the lower one, the wheeler reins. That's interesting. Something slightly different. Fairly standard sort of vehicle here. This is exactly what we've been seeing throughout. These seating for 2 grooms. And you don't really want the horses to go too flat. There is a temptation, particularly with the collection in one hand, that everything just sort of slows down a bit too much, and that's not what we want. Just have a close look there. So those hames are the metal bits that go, almost like shaped rods that go around the outside of the collar. It must be a personal preference for George, because the reins are held in those sort of big, you can call them Roger rings or teardrops, whatever you call them, that are on the side of the outside wheeler's bridle, and that's what holds the reins in place. So you thread them back through that, and then through that central tower turret, the one that stands up in the middle with the ring, but he's got an additional stay for them on those hames. He's got 2 lamps on the back. The rules state you have to have 1, but on this vehicle we've got 2, which balances it out nicely. The vehicle's all sitting on elliptical springs, so sort of squash circle. The invention of the elliptical spring really did transform the comfort of carriages. If you look back at the very old vehicles, go into any old museum, and they will either be on what we call C springs or whip springs, which all look very nice, and they have the big sort of several leaves, either in sort of a straight line with a curl at the end or a big C shape, and you have the leather braces going down to the body. But the lateral movement on a carriage for them can make it jolly uncomfortable inside. So the elliptical springs, which actually went underneath the body as opposed to front and back, which is what the old configurations used to do, made vehicles a lot better. But with improvement of road surfaces, that was also a great help, because wheels used to fall off quite regularly until tar macadam and similar road surfaces were developed. Once upon a time, it really was the only means of conveying lots of people and goods and communication. The early communication was done either on Shanks's pony, walking, on horseback, or with the draft horse. Superseded quite quickly by the railways, but certainly came back into fashion in Europe in the mid to late 19th century, before the World Wars kicked in, as leisure time, and then sporting, once everyone got back on their feet after the Second World War, became an FEI sport just over 50 years ago when Prince Philip was president, and has grown and grown since then. It's a tremendous sport, and as we saw yesterday with our para-athletes, open to absolutely everybody. And a very solid test with some lovely flares, great extensions from Georg von Stein. So that will probably put him into the top 10, but we will just have to wait and see. Yeah, it really does. Unsurprisingly, 49.18 currently puts him into third, so that nudges a few people down, but there are 3 German flags close to each other, second, third and fourth. So he goes just in front of Michael Brogler, who sits on 50.91. So he's been knocked out of the top 3, but that is a very good score for him. And puts him currently in third place. Still quite a gap between him and Anna Sandman, who on 42.58 is in second, and Bram Chardon in front. The only sub-40 score we've had on 39.52. I'm just going round to have his carriage measured. Team trainer Boyd Exeldo in the red coat. As he said, he's got 7 athletes to train for the German team. There are 3, or German squad, 3 in the team. Anna, Marijke and Michael, and then we have 4 of them.
Next competitor representing Italy.
And next in for Italy, Luca Casatana.
En de paarden willen op de Nederlandse paarden Kamerken en NRPS'er bij een NRPS'er die we in de marathon en in de waarheid. Nu zien we de paarden Ivar, Cassandro, Killer en Sandro, Ivar 10 jaar van de Euro.
And the exciting news is I'm just about to open the door to welcome in our current leader. Watch the lead there, Bram. Bram Chardon, thank you very much for coming in. What's it like sitting in first place at the moment?
Yeah, it's good, comfortable for now. It's you know, going under those 40, it's was important for me. I knew I could do it, but in Beekbergen it didn't work out the way I wanted. But I knew that that team could go under 40, and to drive a 39 here, the moment supreme, and you have to. That's just a big relief.
Oh,
yeah.
it was beautiful. Have you watched the test back?
Not yet.
Oh,
no,
you must do.
No.
It's absolutely brilliant. It was so smooth. Everything looked so calm. How did the horses feel in your hand?
Well, it was a little bit tense before I came in the warm-up yesterday and today as well. The competition ground here is very compact, so there's a lot going on at all times. And 2 of my horses struggled a bit with the pressure from outside, but I had them calm on the right moment in the test. They were very supple in my hand. I could do all transitions I wanted. I could keep them in that walk, which was tricky here because there's an obstacles around the stage is quite close to the board of the arena. So I was a little worried about that, but they knew the routine and they helped me there, and they were beautiful to drive.
Well,
so light, so
beautiful.
supple, and it was just a pleasure inside.
And what did your dad say to you afterwards? Because he was just pumping the air as he walked down to meet you. He was so proud, wasn't he?
He was. Of course, we'd make our teams together. We do the trainings together, and he knew it was a little bit tricky in the warm-up, and they were a little bit too fresh and overwhelmed. So also for him, it was a small risk what was going to happen inside of the main arena, and then to just everything we trained for, if that comes out on the right moment, that's just. Yeah, for the whole team, for the whole family, that's just wonderful.
And one of your sisters was out here as well, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was out here. My other sister watching the live stream at home, and the third sister on the back, of course. My mom, my girlfriend, my son, everybody was there, of course. So that was just wonderful.
Well, he's not quite aware of what's going on yet, but has he had a pair of reins in his hands?
Yeah, but he's more interested in the machines around here, all the tractors, and I don't know if he watched me or the machine go around, but he was there, so that's okay.
That he's having him there is really special. So have you been involved in helping Luca get to this point as well?
After Biegbergen, he stayed at my place to prepare for the European Championships. It's wonderful to see that the World Championship last year in Portoni in Italy created all this, because before that he was a single driver, and because the championship came to his country, he decided to put together a team, and it's seriously his third full season of team driving he's in, coming from the singles, and it's wonderful to have an additional. After losing Mascheroni, we needed another Italian driver to perform, and here he is, and it's quite a stage for him as well, with a quite unexperienced team, unexperienced driver, but he had a great show, of course, in Portoni for his home public, and he's motivated to continue.
Well, it's great for Italian sport, isn't it? Because so much of it's concentrated in the north. So to bring the focus down to the Rome area again was great. And Luca was very much part of that last year, wasn't he? So what's going to happen now? How does it balance in the Chardon household? Who's giving advice to whom now in terms of what your dad would have said to you earlier and what you're now going to say to him? How does this play out in the family?
Well, I've been in the arena now, and I've done the whole routine of preparing for the test, and so I'll be there watching him doing his warm-up. But someone like my father, you don't need to tell a lot. He knows what it's like to drive in, and he's seen me go, so I think he knows enough. So I'll be there to watch, to help where possible, and. Okay, if there's someone to beat my score today, then hopefully it's my father. But it'll be exciting. We see now quite a very good score for von Stein. The judges are keen to give good marks if they drive well, which is nice. But looking at the score sheet with Frederick Cumming, Glenn Cumming, Marijke Cumming, all the top drivers from the top nations are still to come. And okay, I hope my 39 is enough. If not, it'll be enough to still be competitive for the next 2 days. So that was the first step.
The scores we've just got where you are with Germany at the moment, there's nothing in it. Obviously, you've got both got two very good athletes to come forward.
The best still to come for Germany and for the Netherlands.
So it could all change. But so how's Luca doing so far? Little bit of tension there.
Little bit of tension in the walk on the left leader. I see that he's losing a little bit of contact on the right leader in the first half of the test. It's as soon as you come in here, as I mentioned before, you don't exactly know what's going to happen. Some horses, they get super excited and then take more contact than you're used to, and others, they come back and get out of the contact. I think the left one is getting into the contact a bit more, and the right one is coming slightly behind.
And that's one of the hardest things, is when they just sit behind, is then, particularly when you've got them attached to each other as the pair, it's very tricky to drive that out, isn't it?
It is, and when they're out in the lead, there's very little you can do to control them and get them back balanced, which was good with my team because they helped me there. The two leaders just stayed next to each other. I pushed my left one a few times because he came slightly behind the right horse, but they stayed in the same pace, and I got more power from the back. But the leader said, okay, this is enough of an extension, so I had to hold back my wheelers a little bit because they wanted more. But that's slightly easy to control. But in his situation, it's the left leader and the right leader that are slightly different in the contact and activity. And that's a lot harder to fix than what I had.
And you find yourself in the situation actually driving the lead horse as opposed to the wheelers, don't you? Because that's where the focus is, that's where you want your points of accuracy to be. So you're hoping by this stage that you'd never stop driving your wheelers, but they're pretty much going to know their job by this stage, aren't they?
Yeah.
And all these really from this point of view, what I've been watching, that seems to be one of the hardest movements is that halt and then going forward on the centre line into the free walk, because the horses, they don't have the same contact they used to for you to hold them into position. So that seems to be one of the hardest movements to get right.
It is, and especially waiting for the X to make that turn, because they start wobbling across the center line, waiting. When do we go? When do we go? And you don't want to correct too much in the walk, because then you're disturbing the rhythm. But it is very hard without any boards next to you to help you to stay in position. That is one. The second one is slightly easier, coming from a trot into the corner. What's tricky here is that you walk towards the tribune where the people are, and there's people sitting right down on the fence. That's only 4 or 5 meters away from where you're walking. If they make one little move, that could disturb your test.
Well, you quite often see whichever leader's on the outside, they're having a good look, aren't they? They've got cameras in their faces. I mean, the photographers here are all very professional. They try not to disturb the horses, but you said there's just constant movement. There's dogs, there's everything going on. And no amount of practice at home can prepare you for that. And also obstacles. You're having to drive round to come into the arena. But your horses were absolutely seamless. They looked like they felt really fantastic in front of you.
They were today. They were definitely, especially after Big Bergen. Big Bergen had quite an entourage, and I got a little bit trapped there with 2 horses getting way too much tension. So of course I was prepared for that, and I had a different routine before. I drove them a little bit more. The good thing was here that we could drive into the main arena as the days previous on Tuesday and Wednesday. I could get my leaders in, and that helped. He gets a bit unlucky now with quite a rain coming down.
That's just suddenly started quite heavy, so your dad's probably going to get caught in that. But then it didn't stop you guys in Bretoni, the rain. You drove incredibly. So this is what happens in outdoor sport. You just have to go with it. But yeah, Luca probably used to a little bit less rain than the rest of us coming from Italy. But
yeah, second walk's got him marked down there as well, but it's not easy. You see all the people moving from the stage.
And umbrellas, no doubt, going up, people putting on coats.
That's not helping the left leader, who got a little tense already, and then if there's exciting going on the side, then... But it's a beautiful team. They're very matching horses. This being so unexperienced, so green still to this stage. I think he's just very happy to be here and to do well and finish the competition. And it's quite an achievement for him with not too much help at home, figuring it out all himself. In Italy, where driving is not so big, he collected all the horses and carriages, and he can be proud of what he's done.
A lot of determination, and there he is, acknowledging the crowd. Well done, Luca. So you must be very proud of that.
Yes, I am. It's a good score for him. And
60.37. There's an awful lot of people behind him, so that was great. And actually to have pulled that off, as we did have a flash of lightning a moment ago, so a lot going on for him, and just not. I mean, all the events you've done over the years, Bram, it's second nature to you. Know exactly where to put your brain, your body, everything, and he's still on that learning curve, isn't he? Brilliant, thank you. You're going to have to go and see your dad now, aren't you?
Pleasure, yeah, we'll
really
get prepared.
Good to see you. Thanks, Bram.
Thank you.
What a treat for you all at home to listen to Bram. And he was a different man coming in today. He was quite buzzing yesterday. Bram has quite an energy to him, and he came in and chatted to us during Tracy's test, and he was just eyes out and stalks. So he's got a good test under his belt, and that was brilliant to see. A really relaxed and happy Bram, who probably felt really couldn't have done any more with his dressage today. But it's so heartening to always hear how supportive they are of each other, father and son, and the whole family. So congratulations to Clan Shannon. And this was forecast, but it didn't come on quietly, this rain. It has just, I'm just going to pull the door to.
Echtgenoten en dochter zijn groot, Victoria en Helena Pexel. En de paarden Vasco, Hector Jan, Judson en Gerrit. Gerard al de KBV 80 paarden daarbij.
So, just sealing the commentator's box, hopefully, from the rain, because it was trying to come in here. You can see it has just suddenly, heavens opened, and really, really bad luck. But to go back to Luca Casaretana's test, 60.37, which puts him in 14th place currently, which is pretty good. Klaus had him in 27th, not so impressed, but the other judges too had him in 12th place, 13th and 15th. But the marks not so far apart. But now the second of two members of the Swedish team, Fredrik Persson, and goodness, the luck of the timing for him not great, as it really has suddenly become quite torrential here in Exloo. We've had really lovely conditions so far. We've got Fredrik and then Daniel Schneiders in this particular grouping, and then we have a quick break afterwards, and then we start again with Glenn Gitz. So with any luck, it will ease a bit, but Fredrik Persson, he's not going to let the rain put him off. He's very experienced, been doing this for some years, although he has a fairly young team. They are American bred. Fasco, Hertog, Jan, Judson and Kermit. Same team that he brought to the World Championships in Protoni. Oh goodness, we've got some lightning as well. He was 15th there. He's been a Swedish champion on multiple occasions. Started driving a team in 1996. He's also been on the indoor FEI World Cup circuit, made the final on 3 occasions, twice in Gothenburg. This year he was 9th at Aachen, 4th in Samur and 10th in Kronenberg. Also drove in a pairs event in Morkov Ravensburg in Denmark. So he's been driving for many years. Interestingly said that used COVID to reignite his interest in the sport and train his horses. But easing a little bit if possible this rain. But lovely, well-matched team. They're stepping very nicely down there in that extension down to E. There was a super short video, which is one of the best things you can ever watch on whichever channels you find these things, but behind the scenes in Stockholm for one of the World Cup legs earlier in the season, and Fredrik was around the back talking about his horses, and it's one of the things that really makes this all the more personal when you hear the drivers talking about the different personalities of the horses. What they're looking for tends to be more around the indoor teams when we have the film crews in there, but he was one of the ones that spoke really fondly about his horses. Obviously they know them incredibly well. We see them here doing their day job. Now that is certainly from the leaders, good extension. This near side leader enjoying that movement. As Bram said, really interesting, just sometimes if it's the wheelers that want to go forward and cover more ground, you might just have to hold them back. You have to balance this out with what your lead horses are doing. You can't have the wheelers getting ahead. Just so many pearls of wisdom in that few minutes with Bram was tremendous. And he said this is a hard movement, that 8-second halt when there's so much else going on around you. And for Fredrik, he's got the added challenge of this quite full-on rain, asking the crowd there just to be quiet, to help his horses concentrate in this really tricky movement. One of the hardest in the whole test, keeping everything contained, not letting them break pace. Undoubtedly the hardest marks across the board for everybody have been in these 2 free walk movements. Yeah, just a hop there, just an anticipation from that wheel horse on the left, the near side one, but gosh, there's likely all sorts of things going on out there. Really good quality team here, very well matched. Lovely coming back up in their collection, particularly those leaders. Look at that suppleness. Good movement there, should score well. Very, very good example of a collected trot. And, oh gosh, pacing together, look at that. Well done, those lead horses. Very difficult not to be completely seduced by that front leg action, but actually plenty coming from behind, remaining supple. Just, yeah, good switch of the bend there. Oh my goodness, holding reins in the rain, not easy. And just when we thought it was getting lighter, no, the rain gets even harder. He's doing the most tremendous job here in very, very challenging conditions. Well done to Frederick Persson. Lovely test so far, all things considered. Because generally the drivers are wearing leather gloves. It is a ruling that they do have to wear gloves, and generally those are leather reins. They might have a little bit of webbing on them, absolutely fine, or notches, and we've talked a lot about where those buckles are, and that certainly gives you a bit of ballast in terms of them not losing position too much. But if you're holding all those reins and trying to do a one-handed loop in the rain when everything gets really slippy and uncomfortable. He's wearing glasses, they'll be getting rained on as well. My goodness, what a great job he's doing here. Yeah, good rain back, good rain back. Yeah, that was very smooth, all things considered. And straightforward into a very active trot. Yeah, clear definition there between the paces, and just look at that. Look at that with those leaders. Superb. And as Bram was saying, this second free walk in some ways a bit easier because you can do your transition on the corners. Lots you can do in a corner. I was talking yesterday about a moment to recalibrate, to half halt, just reset yourself a bit. But it does come quickly. You've had your one-handed, your extension, back onto the short side, then there you are walking again. It all comes on so quickly. But the challenge here for this movement is you've got the horses going straight towards all the people, an awful lot going on. They're very, very close to the edge. But these horses seem to not be too distracted by that. They've done very well. Just a little bit of anticipation there. It was a shame because that was a good movement until that point. And then forward into the collection. But one would assume after a jolly good test, some decent marks. Collection, collection, collection. And then we're going to have those noses onto the centre line. Just slightly overshot it, not surprising. Those reins are getting very slippy. That's it, squared up again. And I bet from the side that looks pretty good with this extension. Look at those front feet just falling onto the ground at exactly the same time. Lots to like about that test. Well done, Frederick Persson. Number 41, the star next to him denotes that he is driving for his nation. We had Axel, his teammate, just the two of them, but that is enough to make up a team. And yes, acknowledges the crowd. And they've all gone undercover where possible. They were sort of hanging out on the grass earlier, but rightly so. Everybody acknowledged that was a superb test. not easy in the teeming rain, and some lightning as well, just to add to it.
Let's wait for the last results.
Be very interesting to see what his individual marks are. I have the luxury of looking at that. Yes, deservedly so. That was a super test. So 48.25, a lot of quality. Now, marks got 6s, 6.5 starting off, but got better, but actually very consistent 7s, 7.5s, a few 8s and 9s all the way through for that last overall impression mark. So an incredibly poised test. Oh gosh, look at those jodhpurs, those breeches. Everybody is soaked to the skin. Delighted to see that for Fredrik, because he worked really hard. So 48.25 pushes Georg von Steen down into 4th place, but we have 3 marks now in the 40s, and Brown with that tremendous 39.52, which rightfully so he is delighted with. But Fredrik Persson, a range of, what, 13 between the marks. 3 of the judges had him as their 3rd, another 4th, another 5th, going from 161 from Joaquin Medina at FEI up to 174 from Herman van den Bosch. He tends to be the one that gives out the bigger marks, not always. But yeah, thumbs up there. Oh goodness, it's no fun when your carriages and your harness and your cushions and everything gets wet. There is no shelter when you're up on top of that carriage. Yeah. Oh, there's two dry patches on the breeches, but they're not very much. Dear, oh dear, because it was dry when they got into their smart gear earlier, and there you can see, yeah, fits perfectly. But a super mark there from Fredrik Persson. That was a test with an awful lot to like about it. Just the consistency, the symbiosis of the lead horses in particular. Very difficult to take your eyes off them and see what the wheelers were doing, because there was so much quality in their movement. Very fine horses, absolutely beautiful, perfect for this dressage test, and tremendous movements were on those slippy reins with the rain coming into his face. 48.25 for Fredrik Persson, and just finishing off this 3rd of our 4 dressage sessions here in Exloo for the 4 in hands. We've got Daniel Schneiders now. This on paper should be a good test as well. He's very experienced, drives for Austria now, used to drive for Germany, and he too, whilst warming up outside, looks like his lovely horses have got wet too. Goodness, they were lovely and dry, no doubt, when they put to. Dancing Star, Fano Enibi and Kroon Jewel. He was 1st in July in Altenfelden in Austria, 8th in Aachen in June, 1st in Poznan in June, and 1st at Stadel Paura. He's had some great results this year. In Pretoni, had a very good marathon that pulled him up. He was 17th after the dressage at the World Championships. 55.84 was his score. Same test, obviously different judges, different day, but just gives you an idea of where he was last September. And 3rd in the marathon, 11th in the cone, so overall he was 9th, but has a teammate with him, so Austria are actually part of the team competition. think we can say some extravagance of movement there in one of the early extended trot movements from Daniel Schneider's driving for Austria, currently ranked 10th in the world. He's had a good season so far. Very experienced driving these geldings, all Dutch warm bloods, well matched chestnuts. Well, they are chestnuts when they're not soggy. They've gone a bit darker. Whoops, just a little bit of resistance there. Oh, frustrating. Yeah, that's not easy. He's just, Now that is all about these conditions, because Daniel's very experienced. Not easy out there. That was slippy reins, undoubtedly did not help there, because actually once they get into their rhythm, look at that, super. Particularly that wheel horse has gone forward. They're very frustrating for Daniel. They're big horses, very powerful. And onto the centre line for the 8-second halt. And that's it. Nobody moving. Well done. Not easy, not easy. But good halts and straight move off. Just keep the horse's body straight. Oh my goodness. Feels like you're walking on eggshells in this movement. As Bram said, you want to get to X, but you don't want the horses to be anticipating that turn. And you're just longing to get back to those boards for a bit of security. And you can pick them up again. But we've seen quite a few of the horses just anticipating the trot movement. They just break into a bit of a jog. We are clear beats. When you've got the horses that sort of really pick up and put their feet down like this, it does give you a much clearer sort of full beat to your walk. And on we go at M. So just rounding off this third session here, probably a bit on the big side for the circle. And the HP trot, transition, rhythm, balance, quality of steps. Oh goodness, yes. Just lacking a little bit of consistency. There are some lovely quality moments in this, but I think that would have an awful lot to do with what's going on out there with the weather. And those rains probably feel like slithers of ice at the moment. Yeah, very handsome horses, aren't they? That's it. Clear transition there as they got back to M. A 20-metre loop to the left. Yeah, that was a good turn. Got them back balanced. And another 20-metre loop. So it's what we call a bit of a serpentine movement. And then this halt on the centre line. And back 3 metres, keeping the poles high, that's the idea, good. Yeah, just, oh, a little bit fussy on the move off, but the actual backwards section was good. And trying to make sure the horses don't get too distracted by all the people. And another one of these one-handed movements. That's better, that's been the cleanest so far. Yeah, this is one of the strengths of these horses, and it is coming up from behind, not just about this front leg action, although it is pretty pronounced. And the second of the free walks. So probably a marginally easier start to that movement than you have when you're coming off from the halt in the middle of the arena. But even though you're going back to the boards, you've got all that activity in front of you. Just look how much water has fallen in such a short space of time, little mini puddles in the arena. Just drawing towards the end of the test. This collected trot, turning round and a little bit hurried perhaps, but knowing what comes next. Looks like the comfort zone for these horses, the extension, and Daniel Schneider's for Austria. Just rounding off this third session here in Exloo. Goodness, what a time he had. The rain has eased, but gosh, he and Frederick Persson, who's just gone before him, had really challenging situations. And trotting out, acknowledging the loyal crowd who appreciate that he just didn't have the best of conditions there. That was a really heavy shower that came down. So just waiting for Daniel's results to come in, but at the moment it is Bram Chardon, who we've just been lucky enough to have in the commentary box, still sitting very much ahead of everybody else. 39.52, our only sub-40, but as he said, Marijke's coming and his dad, two of the best in the game still to come, and very good. I think all things considered, Daniel should be really pleased with that. 55.50 puts him into 8th. Oh my goodness, what a difference. He was in 3rd at S from Anne-Marie, and in 21st at P from Herman. Gosh, quite a difference there in how the judges saw that, but this is why we averaged it out between the 8 of them. 151.5, which in terms of Klaus is marks at C, put him in 15th, 146.5, 21st for Herman. Yeah, real range there. So he came in with 6.576s, pretty much that was it. Number 8, Herman didn't like very much at all. That was, yeah, he probably had quite a good view of just the last bit of that movement going wrong. That was for everybody, 3.54443. So yes, that first one-handed circle, not great for him, but there we have confirmation of the marks. Bram in front, 39.52. Anna Sandman for Germany, 42.58. Frederick Persson, 48.25. He just pulled out a tremendous test, all things considered. So team performances for those with the stars next to them. Georg von Steen, 49.18 as an individual. Michael Brockler, who was our overnight leader, 50.91. And Dries, so running down through Dries de Greek, he was 51.04, getting into the latter half. Daniel Naprus for the Brits, watching a good set of marks for him, 57.24. He's sitting in 12th at the moment, just behind René Ponsken, who opened up proceedings this afternoon. And then we run down through the order, pretty tight amongst this lot. Not much between them. Still got two of the athletes, Weislaw and Istvan, on joint 25th. Axel, who is teammate for Frederick, on 63.70. So there we have it, 32 of our 38. But gosh, we've got some big names coming up. at 3:40 local time, so not too far away, just over 15 minutes. We're having a short break. Glenn Geertz will be starting Radek Nesvashil. We've seen his brother and father go. Marika Harm, third to go, and yeah, it'll be very interesting to see where she is with her dressage. Anthony Ord for France, a third of the team members. Eyes Bran Chardon. Expect to hear the roars from the crowd when he comes into view. He is our penultimate athlete to go, obviously spearheading the Dutch charge for more gold medals, and then Joseph Dobrowitz will be rounding off the dressage for Hungary. But enjoy the break for 15 minutes. We'll be back soon.
Buurtschap, Barracks en Heugel Heavy, Europees kampioenschap, Iersman en wereldkampioenschap paren en natuurlijk kunnen ondersteunen. We zijn daar weer voor zeer dankbaar. Dit Europees kampioenschap en wereldkampioenschap mede mogelijk gemaakt door de medewerking van de provincie Drenthe, recreatiestad Drenthe, WOF Schoolkunst, Starter Logistics, STN en Centra, Klimahors, Rota Verhuurbedrijf, Wolken, Loon- en Grondverzetbedrijf en de Veluwe. Eerderperkse aangeboden door Agadi, door Bakkerij Bart, C. van de Heuvel, de Rijtuigen, de Wemerij, Peter Czerneski, Primeval, Ruimtesport Veendam, Snijders, Wachten en Voermeesters. 15 minuten en dan Glenn Geertz wordt het Belgische team. Deelnemers die nog moeten starten rijden ook voor een land, voor het team. Dus het kan nog heel spannend gaan worden met op dit moment een nieuw verschil voor Nederland, 92-43 op 93-41 voor Duitsland. Voor Duitsland komt straks nog een actie Marika Harm en voor Nederland IJsbal Charlotte. België volgt op de derde plaats. België wint ze na de pauze met Glenn Geertz. We hebben goed uit België, dames en heren, Glenn Geerts, de winnaar van het team van de België, dat op de derde plaats staat in de Nation Cup, de andere wedstrijd. We hebben bijgestaan door Charlotte van Gorp en Kaar. Dat zijn de goals. De paarden zijn de Dash, de Solist, Ekbal en Gigolo M. En behalve het jaar gaan we kunnen van de Unico, Dash 15 jaar van Ando.
And welcome back. For those of you tuned in from home, wherever you are in the world, we are just rounding off what have been 2 very good days of dressage here in Exloo at the Hypatia Centrum. Today has been all about the European 4-in-hand Championships, the 13th edition. Yesterday we had all our para-athletes go through 25 of them. But at the moment, just coming in at A, somebody with medals on his mind. This will be Glenn Geerts of Belgium. Rarely leaves a championship such as this without at least 1 medal around his neck, and the Belgians currently sitting in 3rd place after Dries de Greek, who's in 6th after his dressage, and Tom Stockmans have been. Tom went yesterday afternoon, but Glenn hoping to lay down a really challenging dressage score in terms of low penalties and high marks from the judges. Glenn, who is driving Dash, de Soloist, Erdball and Gigolo M, mainstay for some years now of the Belgian team and international driving scene, also very much part of the FEI World Cup circuit, currently ranked for both for the World Cup qualifications and 4-in-hands from Oostmaal in Belgium. Great fan of the Dutch warm blood. He was 6th individually at the World Championships last year and part of the bronze medal winning team. 3rd in Leipzig when we had that bumper World Cup final where we had the vaulting, jumping, dressage and driving. Getting big competition back on its feet after COVID. This year had a great showing at Beekbergen, was 3rd. Really good prep there for this event. 7th in Aachen, 9th at Samoa. Didn't finish at Royal Windsor. One of the horses decided it was a jumping horse, not a driving horse, for those of us watching the obstacles, but Glenn rightly retired. 5th at London, 4th at Kronenberg. Driving runs through his veins. He is the grandson of Belgian driver Achilles Sones. And he and his wife Charlotte run a livery training yard. He's a dad to some young daughters now. And those of you that follow driven sport will know that Glenn's lovely parents were involved in a pretty horrific accident recently when the lorry they were driving was burnt out, containing all the competition gear. And Glenn's mum, really in particular, was badly injured. So we wish the family very well. He's had quite a preparation to get here, had to find all his gear again, but he's got a cool head on him when it comes to competition. The family rallied round and made sure that Glenn was able to be here. So on behalf of us all, we wish the family very well. Another one of the next generation of drivers who is seriously competitive on the marathons, keeps a cool head in the cones and should turn in a decent dressage test. Glenn feels that it's actually the horses who are the real athletes. They do the hardest work, but like every single athlete competing here, they are aware that without the right people around you in your team on the ground, you won't be able to compete either. Lots and lots of people involved in getting them there, but the right combination means it's fun, even if it's the pressure of top sport. Oh, frustrating jogging in this free walk. It's just the tension. We've had some pretty rough rain, and Glenn would have been putting to and warming up just as the rain really came down. You can see the horses are a bit wet, even though it's stopped raining here for the time being. We've all become weather hawks watching the forecast. It may come over us again. But for Daniel Schneiders and Frederick Persson, they had some pretty trying conditions, and particularly those one-handed circles with slippery rains, not easy. So Glenn will have been warming up his horses in those conditions, so everybody would have got a bit soggy. Just coming round on that small circle, 15 metres diameter at sea. So currently in the team standings, Netherlands are out in front on 92.43. Germany just behind on 93.49, so nothing between them. And we still have Marika Harm to go for Germany and IJsbrand for the Netherlands. But Glenn will be doing all he can. Belgium, his team currently in third place on 108.81 after Dries and Tom Stockman's marks coming in so far pretty much level at 6.5 to 7. The free walk understandably falls across the board. The horses were jogging, breaking pace there. A little bit laboured for the rein back, but forward into the trot. Just having a bit of a look there. That's one of the perils of that movement, coming forward onto that E side of the arena. There's an awful lot going on there. You've got obstacles on one side set up in preparation for tomorrow's marathon. So that can add quite a lot to the excitement. And interesting to hear Bram saying earlier that although it's a great advantage to have this lovely compact venue here at Exloo, brilliant for the spectators, everything's near the stablings, no great distances having to be walked to get to warm up, but there's an awful lot going on at any one time. That said, the four-in-hand drivers have had a chance, or several chances, to warm up in this particular arena, so the horse has been in here and they've had a look at the obstacles and where the judges' boxes and things are, and indeed there have been people milling around, but not quite the same as when you're extending across a diagonal towards a crowd of a few hundred people. It's a bit more successful, hopefully, if you can just keep them in walk. Gosh, right on the edge there. Yeah, their jog is just frustrating, but coming back in, yep. Those leaders having a nice look at people getting up and down. But it's the same for everybody. Absolutely the same for everybody. You can just see how close everything is. Those are the drivers coming down to go to their grass warm-up arena ahead of their test, which is on the other side of the arena, past where the obstacles are. Keeping the horses focused, that seems to have been one of the bigger challenges over the 2 days here at Exloo. So Glenn opening them up in more ways than one for this final extension. Similar marks for that walk, just some break of pace there. And well done to Glenn for being here. Not been an easy couple of weeks for the family. Just waiting for the last lot of results to come in.
Vanaf de 6e plaats op het WK vorig jaar, 4e op het EK in 2021.
Lots of support for this popular Belgian, one of the sport's nice guys, just waiting for the last few marks, and we will soon be able to ratify where he has the first of our drivers to go in this final session. Some very big names just about to come. So it will be shortly on your screen. There we have it. That puts him into 60.10. A little bit off where Glenn would normally expect to be in terms of a dressage mark, but the fact that he's here and he's competed and he's pulled it off in difficult conditions was quite heroic. Quite uniform in their marks, very little between them really and truly, 143 up to 154, so 10 or 11 between the judges. That's been fairly average across the board as long as the consistency. Interestingly, see in terms of his marking, Klaus Christ had him in 21st, whereas at V he was sitting in 12th. Average marks sort of tended to be 6, 6.5, quite a few 7s through that, but those walks, those pesky free walks, not easy, but collectives, good marks for Glenn, 8, 7, 8.5, 8 and 8, and then for that overall impression, 9, 2 8.5s and 9 and 8. So all scored well for those final collectives, but great to see Glenn here. I'm sure there were many moments in the preparation for these championships when there was some doubt as to whether he was going to make it. So Glenn Geerts for Belgium.
Voor de Czech Republic, Radek Nesvaci.
And the third of our Czech drivers coming in and very much keeping it in the family, Radek Nesvaci, driving Dantano, Erthal, Goldjung and Maximus 1, 2, 3. A mixture of mainly German breeds. We've got Mecklenburg, Trakehner Westphalian, and Dantano is a Dutch warm blood. So very athletic sport horses. He was 20th in Big Bergen, 5th in Svils Varad, and was also competing in Aachen, Kladruby and Stadel Pura. So been busy out and about. Works as well at the National Stud at Kladruby. But not in sort of military or patriotic dress like his brother was, because of the breeds of horses they're driving, but their father also driving here yesterday. So Czech Republic have a team here in Exloo. All geldings ranging in age from 7, 9, and Erthal is 16, and Dantano is 15. So a couple of youngsters in there as well. Driving in breast collars, but a lot of the drivers use these sort of padded neck straps now. Particularly good when you can put that additional loop on the top of it, which helps keep the leader rein in place coming back. Gives you a nice straight line, stops it getting caught under the other terret. So far looking all quite balanced, well-matched team, not just with the colours, but in type and in paces. First of the one-handed movements there. Reins back into both hands. So that's a 20-metre circle to the right, reins in one hand, XBX. So starting and finishing that movement on the X, then you do the half circle to E. Or should be in collected trot until you get back to E round to L in working trot, and then he's going to come up onto the centre line for that halt. And just see how straight the move off is for his horses after the 8 seconds, starting to rain again. Not quite as torrential as it was. Yep, pretty good on the centre line. Yeah, one of the better ones we've seen for some time. Might have been a tiny bit of hesitation, but otherwise they're hitting the X marker. There they go, and across to the side. Perhaps a little bit relaxed, but possibly better on balance to have that than them just on the edge and starting to jog. Yeah, judging the moment that the reins come back into the hand, possibly a tiny bit early for a forward trot, but he did do the vast majority of that movement in the walk. And now onto this circle on the left rein, 15 metres at sea. You can see from the tracks there have been a few interpretations of what 15 metres is. Corners should be your friends in dressage. A chance to half halt, recalibrate, prep yourself for the next movement, and just lift the horses a bit in preparation for that extension, one of the longer extensions in this test. Down towards P, H to P that is. And then, yep, reins into one hand. Quite a transition, this one. The collection, reins into one hand, making sure you absolutely take up the right loop, or the correct length of loop, and release it. This is all looking nice and supple. Yeah, particularly well matched four of horses. That said, if you were to line them up out of harness or had the chance to look at them with the trot up, they'd probably look jolly different. But with the harness on, plaited up, all in their Sunday best, despite being a bit soggy, they create a very united picture. And on to the centre line. Overshot ever so slightly, but that's splitting hairs, and back. Trying to keep the pole as the highest point. Just one of the horses dipping slightly, but forward into trot. That was actually pretty smooth. Wasn't too much resistance there from anybody. It was quite a graceful rein back. Round at V, one-handed, just using his whip as an encouraging aid, just often get the horse to engage that hind leg a little bit more, just give a little bit more power, get it to concentrate. And from that curve on the collection into extension, very advanced movements here. It does look pretty relaxed. On the nose at M for the second of the free walks, easier start to the movement. But pretty good marks coming up onto the screen so far. 6s, 6.5, 7s. Very, very consistent all the way through from the judges. They seem to be totally united on this one, on the running total. Probably doesn't have quite the differentiation between his trots, but what he does have is a relaxed team who are going well together as a unit. It's not one of the horses that seems to catch your eye because of resistance or high or low head or anything. And remember, it's not easy in these conditions. That was a very good turn onto the centre line for this final movement, and just encouraging a bit of extension. Not quite to the extent that we've seen from the other horses, probably a little bit more contained, should we say. But happy horses and a happy driver. 6.5 is getting, yes, that's about right. You didn't have that sort of surge of ground cover that we've had from some of the other horses, but in terms of where they are, final sets of marks coming in. For Radek, looking like some 8s and 7.5s for his accuracy, and for the overall impression, yeah, that was jolly good. 9 and 4 8s. That is a very fair appraisal of a jolly decent test. 56.06 on the screen. We will confirm that for you. 56.17, just a few totals. 56.17 that looks to be. Just swapping the numbers around a little bit. Yeah, there's confirmation. That pops him into 9th place. Considering the company's in, that was very decent. And judges, probably one of the most uniform sets of scores that has been issued throughout these 30 or so tests that we've seen. We're up to sort of about 35 now, 38 in total. And very, very even scoring there for Radek Vasil from the Czech Republic, with his really very relaxed and well-matched team of bays. Didn't have quite the scope in terms of the movement. You know, you weren't having that ping across the arena, but a jolly decent test in every other way. Very little tension, if any, with them, and that was why he has found himself on 56.17 and currently sitting in 9th. So that's done the French cause a little bit of harm, because it's popped them down into 6th place. But don't forget, we've Anthony Ordzkamp, but that's popped the Czech Republic at the moment into 5th place on 118.33. So just the running totals in terms of the teams. After Bram and Kusch, the Netherlands are in front, only just on 92.43. Germany tucked in, literally just tucked in behind them on 93.49. But don't forget, we've got Marijke Harm coming in. Belgium, bit of a gap then to them. They are on 108.81. Sweden, after a really lovely test from Fredrik Persson, they're sitting in 4th, 112.08. Czech Republic, 118.33. France, 118.67. Austria, 122.26. And Hungary, don't forget, we still have Josef Dobrowitz to go, senior. He's there on 124.60. So those are where the teams stand at the moment. Right. Sit back and enjoy this next one, because we have a lady who is extremely good at dressage. None other than Marijke Harm. Became a mum earlier in the year. We missed her very much on the FEI World Cup circuit, but all being well with her ranking, hopefully she will, with a good performance here, get herself back into the top 10. Very difficult. There's been quite a point of debate for led by a lot of the dressage riders and jumpers, that when the ladies do have their children, obviously it does massively affect their rankings and standings, which in terms of qualifications and championships and for series like the World Cups has a bearing. So it's been quite a bone of contention trying to sort out how that these ladies don't lose any of their standings when they take a bit of time off to have their families. So Marijke Harm put in a cracking test in Protoni to finish in 2nd after the dressage. Had a very good score of 38.85. So she finished in 5th overall at the World Championships last autumn and was a member of the silver medaling German team. She's been a gold medal winner as a single back in Protoni as well in 2010. That was the German team. We actually had a British winner that day. She was 7th in Leipzig in the World Cup in 2022, but has been on the German team for some time now, and certainly one of their very talented drivers. Zalando, G, Vracciano and Zazu 30 are her dressage horses. We have a mixture of German breeds. We've got Hanoverian. We've got a couple of Dutch horses and some different breeds here. From Marijke. She has traditionally tended to drive German horses, but she also is somebody that's a very accomplished horse woman across the board. She has a background in jumping and dressage, and is somebody who's really been one of the ladies alongside Anna, and we've had some great driving ladies over the years, but she has competed very much on equal terms with her male compatriots, and that's something that we are very proud of across the board in equestrianism. Everybody is treated very much equally. She became the first woman to compete in the Driving World Cup, and that was an extremely good extended trot and an even better transition, if possible, to collection now. Don't they look lovely and light? Feet just... oh my goodness, look at the elevation. Cadence, elevation. We've got it all in this test. Lot of quality here from Marijke, as we would expect. Her first team she bought from Felix Brasseur, who is here training the French. And yes, becoming one of, even at her relatively tender age, one of the most experienced German team drivers. Look at that. Picture perfect. Is she going to knock Bram off top spot? Conditions quite different for these afternoon drivers than we had earlier. Got really quite wet here in Exloo. Had really nice conditions earlier on, but the horses just, yes, yeah, frustrating, just slight movement to the side. Coming off the centre line, but pretty good halt until that point, nice and square from all four horses. Ideally, you want the heads to stay still, but when you've got four of them, they might just have a little nudge between them, as happens sometimes. And just bringing those buckles back into her hand as she comes onto the boards at M, and yes, very, very united transition from all four at the same time. Have a look, she's one of only, I think Luca Castotana was the other driver who had a more traditional set of leader bars on there. Just about everybody else that we've seen so far has that long swivel bar. It gives a T shape on the end of the pole, but that spreader bar and the two separate bars, I mean, they're one unit, but a slightly different configuration from what a lot of the drivers are using now, but otherwise pretty standard sort of vehicle. We've seen lots of them today. Oh my goodness, particularly that wheel horse. That's it now, the leaders have just caught up. The wheelers almost got there first, but yeah. Second half of that movement, very good at P. One-handed, oh look at those wheelers in perfect sequence. Well done, boys. And forward, yes, that's more united. That was a more united extension from everybody. Floating, floating. They make it look so easy, and it really isn't. But it's like when you watch tennis or golf or any of these sports that take thousands and thousands of hours of training and practice, when it's done beautifully, oh, the pacing coming around there in total sync. They make it look so easy. Don't be fooled. Oh, super. Now, come on, Marika, nice and smooth. Yeah, leader just dropping his head a little bit too much, and yeah, forward into the contact, boys. Go on, take it up. That's it. And just interesting to hear the command. It was instantaneous as she was popping the reins into one hand, taking up the loop. Just that blow through the lips was enough to bring them back to collection, and then it's hard to know which set of legs to look at because they're all doing the job so well. Oh, enjoy every moment of this, even in the rain. There was a lot of anticipation around this test, and so far living up to expectation. Will it go in front of Bram? That's the question. And I think both tests just showed lots of poise and relaxation. Nobody was in a hurry to get anywhere. There wasn't a sense that even at the more tricky movements, the driver and the horses couldn't wait to get both hands back on the rein or get back into a corner on the boards. It's just all flowing so beautifully. But even with these clearly defined transitions, that will be gaining marks across the board, where we're currently running at lots and lots of 7s, 8s, the odd 9. Is she going to go sub 40? It's sort of just looking roughly on 40 at the moment. It is going to be very close, but high collectives might well push her sub 40. Oh, seamless. Well done, Marika. Well done. Beautiful test. So, waiting for these last few marks to come in, 8s and 9s. It just got better and better. She's got a 10 from Herman for her overall impression. We've had a few 10s today. Bram got a few as well. Just waiting. Oh, look at them. Feast your eyes at home on these 4 exquisite horses. That was pure quality. Goodness, it's looking like she's nudging in front of Bram. It's looking like she's going to nudge in front of him. We're just waiting for final confirmation. On my screen, there's a 38, but hold your breath till we have confirmation. It will come up on your screen any minute now. Yeah, she's done it. Wow, 190.5. That's a great mark. 2 of our judges had her in first, 3 in second, but it is enough to pop her into top spot. At the moment, just remember, we will wait to the end of the day till these are all totally verified, but she's a point in front of Bram. She's just pushed him down into second place at the moment, but that wouldn't be unexpected. Boyd's been training them walking alongside there, but great job done from Marika Harm, coming back to top-level competition, having had her daughter earlier in the year. Commented the other day that it's hard having children, and as a mum of now teenage daughters, I said make the most of them not answering back, because it does change as they get older. So she's now a mum, and she's come back to compete at this level, and she's come back with some style. That was an incredibly classy test. Well done to her and the team around her. Very, very impressive. 181, 2 of the judges completely united on that. 178 at V, 181.5. So very, very close marking from C, R and S. Klaus, Stefan and Anne-Marie. Little bit lower from Joaquin Medina and Herman, who on average has been slightly higher scoring throughout the day, but it's all been consistent. He liked that too. That was 190.5, and in fact, he and Klaus gave her 10s for that final collective for overall impression. pretty good to stay so cool in all this rain. Great result for her. Right, will she stay in front? That is the question, because we've still got some pretty impressive drivers to bring to you here in a now rather wet northeast Holland. The rain evidently was falling down all over the rest of the nation, but it's caught up with us here in Exloo. So next for France, so could have a bearing on the team. Now, that brilliant dressage score has popped Germany in front. They've gone down to 81.10, but don't forget, we still have IJsbrandscharden to come for the Netherlands. But in the meantime, we're in the closing stages. We've got Anthony Ord for France. He is our third last competitor to go out. Driving a mixture of geldings and stallions. He's brought 5 with him: Bicati, Carino, Fernando, Hudson and Jupiter. Carol Ord, Anthony Brandicourt, Louise Heckman and Pauline Louis are his support team on the carriage for the dressage. Carol Ord and Louise. 46-year-old Anthony Ord for France. We'll just confirm which configuration he's got in for the dressage. Mainly KWPNs, these Royal Dutch warm bloods. Bicati, Carino, Fernando and Jupiter. We've just seen an absolutely beautiful test from Marika. So pretty much, goodness, the same mark. In Pretoni, she got 38.85. So she's shaved a fraction off that here in Holland, and she got 38.52. So she sat at the World Championships behind Boyd, obviously, for the dressage. But as he is not European, he's here in a training capacity and so not driving. Anthony Ord. He actually won the test event last May that was run ahead of the World Championships. Had a great event there. Quite often they run test events ahead of a major championships just to make sure that everything works in terms of the obstacles, the layout, the logistics, and particularly when Pretoni had been completely revamped. It was important to make sure that certainly the obstacles, the positioning, any problems had time to be ironed out. So very much the sort of horses here that have been among our high scorers in the dressage phase. Coached by the great Felix Brasseur. He puts a lot of work into the French squad. Anthony was 7th at Beekbergen. Good result for him in this event, which was very much prelude to the European Championships. 19th in Aachen, 10th in Samoa, 7th at Royal Windsor. Had a busy season. 13th at Leyden and 8th in Kronenberg. So some good results on the board for the Frenchman, who will be hoping to get a good score and put certainly the French team into medal contention going ahead into tomorrow's marathon, where we'll have all our athletes the next 2 days, everybody. We've got now 39 in, well, it had 39 this morning, it went down to 38. Sadly, with our Spanish driver who wasn't able to join us. 38 four-in-hands, all being well for the marathon, providing everybody's fit and healthy. And then we have our 25 para-athletes as well. But running orders not quite out yet. As soon as we have them, I'm sure they'll be published. But Yeah, absolutely. Lots to like about that extension down to F. Again, another well-matched team. Just helps. Yeah, stop fidgeting. Well done, got there. Oh, no, just one little movement. Pretty good. Now, how straight is this walk-off going to be? Yeah, well above average, very good. Kept everybody on the centre line. Oh, no, don't go off it now. I was just saying lovely things about you. And at X, you can, it's just about been washed out and worn out, that X marker. And quite a lot of rain here in the last hour or so. For a lot of these drivers, it might not be quite so wet now, but they were certainly warming up and putting to when the heavens opened, which just makes everything quite hard work, not least soggy hands and wet rains. But that's outdoor sport for you, and it certainly won't be the first time or the last time that we see rain, quite possibly this weekend. 15-metre circle at sea in collection. Yeah, very good. Just don't want the horses coming up too high in their heads. Little bit of elevation, that's absolutely fine. Slight contraction of the neck. There's that left wheeler in particular is on form today, enjoying his pacing out. The neck will be raised and more arched, so that's fine, but you just don't want the heads to come up too high, but remaining with the poll at the highest point. Nose shouldn't come behind the vertical, or although there's a bit of a shortening, certainly no restriction in the neck. Hind legs taking a bit more of the weight, and cadence should be visible. It's not just a slowing down, it's sort of everything becoming a bit more upright and bouncy. Very difficult pace to get really correct, but important to have it established. Only then will you get your true mediums and extended trots. We have lots of quality movements here. Some of the marks coming in, plenty of 7s and 6.5s. Looks like it's going to be certainly in the 50s on the current totals. 3-metre rein back and then straight on towards the crowd. Not too many empty seats. They'll be full tomorrow for the marathon. Oh goodness, that really is an outstretched arm from Anthony. Clearly demonstrating those reins are indisputably in one hand. And woo up. Back into 2 hands. And down the gears again at M. M-E-V. So a bit of a dog leg, I think you'd call it, this shape. Pretty much averaging out between 6 and 7, lots of 6.5s, odd 5.5s, 1 4.5 so far. That was for the first second collector trot with the deviation. Yeah, a little bit early on the transition there, perhaps 5s and 6s. We'll be hoping to stay in the 50s, borderline on current marks, but don't forget pretty much everybody's been scoring very highly on those athlete and overall impression marks. Quite a few 10s. Not something you see very often, and that's it. Legs down, and good halt. Well done. Whoops. Thought that applause was all for him. But that's it. The marking's over, and everybody can relax and leave the arena. We will confirm any minute now. Just last few marks coming in. Looks like it might be round about 56. There we have confirmation. 11th place, jolly decent for Anthony Odd, and 56.64. So, yeah, pretty much where he would expect to be, one would think. Judges united 152 up to 158. Actually, again, pretty close set of marks for everybody, although there might be a bit of variance placings from 11th to 16th. Not too bad, but very even marking. 9, 9.5, 8.5, 9 and 8 for those last overall impression marks. Felix there just with the white shirt on, having a chat to him. Wheel width check there. Everyone just having a quick debrief. We'll have confirmation of where that puts the French in a moment in terms of teams going forward. Oh, lots of debate going on. Be interesting to be a fly on the wall for that one, wouldn't it? Because making an entrance, like very few people can, it is the great IJsbrand Chardon. And you could actually cut the atmosphere with a knife here in Holland, because this really is probably one of the tests that everybody's been waiting for. Nobody more experienced, very few that have done it more than this gentleman, if anybody. He knows exactly what it takes to win on the big stage. As Bram, his son, who did a beautiful test earlier, just pipped by only a point into second place by Marijke. What more can you tell IJsbrand Chardon in terms of how to get the best dressage test or marathon or cones out of his horses? How can you coach somebody like this? But what they can do is share the experience of what it's like in the ring, in terms of just trying to remove any tension from the horses. Bram mentioned a bit of tension just because of the proximity of everything. It's not very often you warm your horses up before a dressage test going round where the obstacles are, and they know exactly. They're not just a bunch of boxes with some flowers on top. Those horses know exactly what they'll be doing through there tomorrow. But these are top athletes, equine athletes, primed and prepared perfectly for moments such as this. So sit back and watch one of not just the driving world's, not just Holland's, but one of sport's greats. IJsbrand Chardon, Bolero, Eddie, Enrico and Leopold. Already looking light in the hand. Great cadence to these trots. Oh. Now, that is something that all the practicing in the world, maddeningly, looks like the loin strap has come unstuck, which means there is a groom down. Oh, gosh, so frustrating. Harness malfunction. It was looking so good. So groom's down. There will be penalties for this. There'll be a lot of heads in hands at the moment, but if anyone can recover from this, it will be this man. There will be penalties. I'm just pulling up the rules. The athlete hasn't dismounted. He's entered the arena with a whip. Grooms dismounting. Right, first incident, 5 penalties. So there we go, got to regroup. So let's regroup, Ijsbrand Chardon. It was that trace carrier, loin or hip strap, call it what you like, just came unbuckled and started flicking over. It looked like it was going to be okay, and just that wheel horse became unsettled by it, and up went the whip. So, starting his test again. And he opened with 7s and 8s. It was a great start for Ijsbrand Chardon. All the years of experience and then the unexpected, but look at them trotting in sequence. You just have to slow down the breathing, slow down the heartbeat, put it out of your mind. Don't ever let your feelings become your thoughts. There'll be plenty of time for analysis afterwards, but in the meantime, he gets back on with the job in hand, which is to keep rocking up some great scores, not only for his bid for another European title, but to make sure the Dutch team keeps its gold. There was no outside assistance or anything like that. At the moment, but we will have to wait for confirmation. It will be the president of the jury, Klaus Christ, who works out and finalises what marks are taken off for that. Probably at the moment 5, but on we go. Just absolutely having to regroup. Not a vital piece of harness to go. It's not like the trace came unstuck or anything. It just literally holds up the traces. A lot of the time they're not even worn. It certainly isn't even on the wheelers. Sometimes on those leaders, just to make sure that when the traces loop that they don't get either a leg over it, a hind leg, or certainly on tighter turns helps prevent a front leg from one of the wheelers going over the leader's traces, but just frustrating. But look at that, what a beautiful turn. They just all had a lovely bend coming round that corner. And just a quick, oh, good halt. Very good halt. Heads level, just, oh, don't spoil it, commentator's curse, but that had a lot to like about it. Pretty good in terms of a straight walk off and the turn at a slightly washed out X. Yes. So that halt had some 8s, a 7 and an 8.5. Probably one of the best marked across the board. One would imagine, running on a pretty low total at the moment. Just a little bit early, perhaps, anticipation, but he was on M. I think that was all right. One just went a little bit earlier than the others. Yeah, reflected in the mark 6, 6.5, 7, and 8. What you want is all the horses striking off into walk or forward into trot or whatever you're doing at the same time. And ideally, these completely matching footfalls as we've got there with the leaders. But quick thinking from IJsbrand, you have to make a very quick decision. Are you going to stop and just make that harness adjustment, deal with whatever penalties come? Oh, superb. Don't know if you've been able to look through from the camera angle, but that very good trot in particular from that offside leader. Just coming around, very clear definition in the paces from extension to collection. No problem for this man having the reins in one hand. Yeah, superb. Now the two 20-meter loops, just showing really for this the changes in direction, and we got a good view across the tops of the bodies there, just how they bend into that turn, but not losing any balance at all. Oh, spot on. I'd say that's a good 3 meters. Judges like that one, 8, 7, 8.5. Mark's pinging up now for this. And just lovely opening up there. Plenty coming from behind for those extended trots. What these horses do so well comes very naturally to them, but many hours of training just to get it right for a day such as today. 7s and 8s for that. Running total should have him at low 40s at the moment. Good movement there. Let's just keep them in walk as they come back to the side. Very good. And together, forward to collected trot. Yep, very obedient. Yeah, depending on the angle, we've got 6.5s, 8 and 8.5. Looked good from this angle, but that's the glory of having judges in different positions. They see different things. And one last push down the centre line for IJsbrand Chardon, hoping for 2 medals, individual and team, here in Exloo. Well done, gosh. What a frustration, but a very, very, very good test. Otherwise, there was some stunning moments in there. He's going to get some very good collective marks, but there will be that penalty for the grooms going down. 9s and 8.5s for the athlete. Very, very accurate. I mean, the horses were seamlessly obedient and very clear transitions. For the overall impression, 4 9s and a 9.5, which at the moment looks like he's on 40.86, but there will be an amendment to that score, which will come through in due course. That's right, 45.99, which puts him into 4th. So, gosh, he would have been ahead of Anna. Would have been ahead of Anna without that slight harness hitch. But all things considered, all the experience in the world, the wisdom to recover from something like that on this big stage. Well done to IJsbrand Chardon. It's happened now. Move on. Quick analysis. There'll be some watching of the tests. Back goes on the cap. Off comes that hat. And a bit of wry shaking of the head, but it's happened. Focus, focus. There's Bram. Great having him in here earlier in the commentary box. I think we'll leave the Chardons just to talk amongst themselves through all that. As Joseph Dobrowicz comes in, this is another gentleman who knows how to make an entrance. But just in terms of what we've seen, 45.99, Anne-Marie Turbe, very much like that test. She had him as her first on 185. Klaus, another fan of the test, in second at 177.5. Joachim and Herman on 175, 185.5. He was third. And for Stefan in fourth. But he would have gone into third place just behind his son had we not had to put on some penalties. But that is live sport. That's a situation like this. Things happen.
The last competitor for the team of Hungary, Joseph Dobrowicz.
So, one of our greats in driving, another living legend, and passing on the driving genes to his equally talented son, Joseph Dobrowicz Jr., who is also, in due course, hopefully will pass it on to his children. He's become a dad as well. Joseph Dobrowicz, dancer W, Idaho H, Ippon and Janneman, team member and medalist on many occasions in the past, but here for Hungary. Based near Budapest Airport, they're not too far away. And the horses he's driving are all warm bloods, KWPNs. The team was 5th in Bretoni. He was 18th overall. He has been on a gold medal winning team before, and that was in Hungary in 2004. Been a team member since 1996, well, except a year off in 2000. Won many medals over the years. Been on all the European teams since the European Championships were rejuvenated here in Holland in 2011. And he's on the European Championship level, won a silver and twice bronze. Silver in 2011 in the World Cup final in Leipzig. Team bronze at the World Equestrian Games in France in 2014, and been a champion in Hungary on many occasions. And all of this he does with only sight in one eye. So that's pretty impressive. But they have lots of horses, the Dobrowicz family, and also supply a lot of horses to other carriage drivers, and very committed to the sport. Dancer, Idaho, Ippon and Janneman. With Monica on the carriage as well. And Simonetta, and swap round. Monica stays on for all 3 phases. Marathon and cones as well. And we have Tamas coming on for the marathon and Abigail for the cones. So each phase, 2 grooms, but absolutely permissible to swap them around a bit as long as it's declared. You can use up to 4 grooms, which Joseph is making the most of doing. Another marathon specialist. Again, look at just the build of these horses, long legs. Last of our 4-in-hand athletes today. So just a reminder of where we stand in terms of the team, that even with those 5 penalties, the Netherlands would, oh my goodness, it's just dropped them back into second place. So currently, we have to stop talking about the penalties, but totaling the scores so far, Germany are in front with the team, with their great dressage ladies, Anna, who's currently in third place, and Mareike, who is currently sitting in front on 38.52. So Germany total at the moment 81.10, great score after 2 dressage tests. The Netherlands 85.51, so that will be counting Bram's score. He's sitting only a point behind Mareike and IJsbram. We've just seen 45.99. And Belgium, no changes in their score, 108.81. At the moment, it's Sweden with Axel and Frederick, who are in 4th place, ahead of France on 113. So Sweden on 112.01, France on 113.48. Czech Republic in 6th, 118.33, not a huge amount between these teams. Austria on 122.26. Hungary currently on 124.60, but one would assume they are hoping to have a good score, a low score, to add to the team tally from Josef Dobrowitz here. The rain has stopped. We've got some really good crowds watching. You can see there on the camera, just past the food area, lots of seats taken in the grandstand as Josef extends and opens out, ending at P, and out goes pretty much instantaneously. That was a pretty clean transition there. Round for this one-handed circle, and then half circle, then extension. And just look how these horses lift themselves up to open the frames and go forward. So scores ranging at the moment from 4.57 and very accurate on the centre line. Driver should be on there, and yep, rein back. Nothing wrong with that. 6s and 7s by the looks of things. Next one-handed movement. Yeah, loop sticking up there out of his hand will just be slowly released and on for the extension. Height, which is a signal for trot on by the sounds of things. In collection V round to D and up onto that centre line, and down we go in extension to round off the dressage here at the 2023 European Championships in Holland. Second time it's been held here, and it's been a tremendous day. At the moment, Marijke Harm is sitting in first place with Bram Schard on second and the Sandman in third. Unlikely to change, just waiting for the final few marks to come in from Joseph Dobrowitz. Don't forget, yesterday we had all our para-athletes going through as well. Tracy Bowman really set her stall to keep her gold medal for the USA, and Alexandra Roda for the grade 2s sitting in first for Germany as well. So those athletes going through, but it's been all about the four-in-hands today, and what a superb day of sport we've been lucky enough to bring you. It looks like he's just dipped below 60, 59.14. Good collectives just brought down that average a little bit, brought up the totals down the average. Just waiting for final confirmation, but some 9s there for the collectives athlete and overall impression. There we have it. Confirmation pops him into 20th place, so just about halfway through the running order. 59.23, which is 20th. And how were the judges on that? Yeah, quite divided. 141 at S from Anne-Marie Turbay and 157.5 at R from Stefan, and some other marks in between. So not a change at the top, but what it does is hops Hungary in front of Austria for the team position. So at the moment, there we have the individual results after dressage. The star for the national team members, Marijke Harm in front on 38.52. Bram Schard on just behind, 39.52, just 1 point between them. So the only two to crack 40. Anna Sandman, great test from her, 42.58. Eisbrand, 45.99. Just had those penalties to add because of the harness. Very tight, as you can just see they're running down between 11 and 20, only really 3 points between them. And in that middle order, we've got some great marathon drivers. Glenn didn't have the best day by his standards for driving for the dressage, but will be back on form, no doubt, for the marathon. Again, not much between them, just look, only just over 2 marks, and running down to number 38. So 38 athletes we've had come through. Currently Germany in front for the team, 81.10. So thank you so much for tuning in wherever in the world you may be. It may be very early in the morning, it may be very late at night, but thank you so much for tuning in. We've still got 2 more great days of sport to bring you here from Exloo, the Hippische Centrum in northeast Holland. We've got all the fun of the marathon tomorrow, and that no doubt will shake things up a bit. Confirmation on your screens now of the results for the teams after dressage. Germany in front, Netherlands, Belgium, Sweden, France, Czech Republic, Hungary and Austria. But marathon day tomorrow, then the cones on Sunday. But it's been 2 wonderful opening days at the halfway point through this European 4-in-hand championship and World Championship for para drivers combined. And we very, very much look forward to welcoming you here tomorrow morning for broadcast of the marathon. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.